How you doing? So I'm Mike Morris. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I really don't want to use a microphone if I can avoid it. This is just for, we're filming it. So, why are we here?
To learn. I can't.
We're here to learn. Yeah. Why are we here?
Business.
Huh?
Start my own business.
Yes. So, you all come from different places in life, but there's one thing we all have in common here. And that is each of you has a dream. We're here to get married, to quiet down out there. We're here to focus on your dream. It's a dream I know you can make come true. But the key is twofold. We got to develop your business, and we got to help you develop as an entrepreneur. And that's the first thing I want to stress. When you look in a mirror, what do you see? My hope is a person looking back at you who says, I'm an entrepreneur. I got it. Mary, we started, if we can. So, let me get to the essence of what our approach is and what we're trying to do here. Starting a business is what?
Hard.
No.
Exciting.
Starting a business is a walk in the park. Anybody can start a business. Anybody can start a business today. Aunt Betty makes quilts. She loves making quilts. Her nephew creates a website for her. She goes downtown, pays a few bucks to register a sole proprietorship. She has started a business. That doesn't take nothing. Building a sustainable business is why we're here. Not starting a business. I can help you do that in 10 minutes. Our problem is to build a sustainable business. And what's that mean? A business that generates enough profit, that has enough coming in to make your life better. That's our goal. That's our purpose. And so, it's critical that you not sit here like a bump in a log, just sort of taking it all in. That's what you do maybe when you go to school. But this ain't school. You got to work your business. Every minute you're with us, work your business. If I'm talking about something and it doesn't make sense, say, what does that have to do with starting a hair salon? Make us work for you. Work your business. Now, many of you, I think, assume that you signed up for a 6-week boot camp. Not really. This is actually a program that'll extend over the next 10 months. Now you're going, shit, I didn't sign on for that. But here's what happens. We have 6 Saturdays of training. Some of you will do the 6 Saturdays of training and go, that's what I needed. I'm good. But any of you that want more than that, the next phase of the program after the training will be mentoring, where a successful entrepreneur is assigned to you, and you and that person interact on whatever schedule you want for the next bunch of months. And people that complete the mentoring, then come August, we have consulting phase, where students can help you with things like setting up bookkeeping systems, creating social media campaigns, pricing, whatever websites, whatever the issue is. And one of the things that excites me as well is it's Notre Dame students that will help on that, but we have a partnership. Where's my friend Tiffany? I saw her. Tiffany Reddick is at Riley High School, and what do we know about those high school students?
Ample.
They know a shitload more about social media than we do.
Yes, they do.
At least than I do. And so they will also be helping out, some of you, with doing social media stuff. In addition to that, so what I said, training, mentoring, consulting, we'll also have a couple of what we call Community Connect. That'll be opportunities to feature your businesses, for you to feature your businesses, and us to bring in the larger community and the larger business community so you can start to establish what?
Business connect.
What's that word?
Networking.
I do a lot of work over in South Africa, and I have a good friend. You'll hear about this guy more because I love him so much. But his name's Lavoyo Ronnie. He grew up in a shanty town in a shack. To make money, his mom ran a shebeen out of the house. If you don't know what a shebeen is, it's a liquor operation. And Lavoyo said one day, well, let me tell you Lavoyo's story. His dream was to bring computer literacy to these shanty towns where he grew up. And we got to work with him. Today he's got 52 locations all over South Africa. It's quite a success story. And when I asked Lavoyo, what's the number one thing that explains your success? What do you think he says? The way I built a network, the way I used that network, the way I got that network to help connect me to things and open doors for me or help me access something or help. So those community connection things are important. And there's some other pieces and parts of the program, but here's the key. If you listen to what I said, you got to finish one part to be eligible for the next, okay? So that's the journey we are. We just finished in December with the last group. We're excited about you all and what you're doing. You're probably used to things where the first thing we do is go around the room and ask everybody to explain their business. We ain't doing that. But each of you will have opportunities to tell us something about your business as we go. Couple other housekeeping things. If you don't know this building, the bathrooms are over in that corner. There's some refreshments back there. Please help yourself. It's good if all that stuff gets consumed. Our normal working approach will be we will start on time and we will finish on time. So I know you all are busy, you got places to things to do, kids take care, whatever. So we'll start at 8:30. We're going to take a break around 10:15. Pick back up. And the content of the week will finish at about 11. And then each week I'm going to bring in a couple entrepreneurs, and especially entrepreneurs who've had to overcome some adversity to get where they got. And they're going to talk about, what the hell is that? They're going to talk about what we just talked about, but how it worked in their business. So you get an on-the-ground sense of, okay, we just covered some things, but now let's talk about the real story in terms of... And then from 12 to 1, we'll have subject matter experts come in each week. So today, our subject matter expert is going to talk about guerrilla marketing. One week we'll have a panel of lawyers that will answer any legal questions about your businesses. One week we'll have some bankers talk about how bankers look at entrepreneurs and what you need to understand about the bank and working with a bank and so forth. You have a binder. Everybody get a binder? Okay, let's just take a quick look at that binder. What you'll notice is there's the structure, there's a welcome letter at the front. You have the structure of the program, so you know what we're doing each of the 6 weeks. I sent that to everybody by email, but it's also here. Our sponsors and partners in this program are there. So you'll see the front matter, and then you'll see tabs, and there's tabs like for week 1, week 2, week 3. And then at the back of the binder, you'll see appendices. So sample business plan, a document I strongly recommend all of you look at that's in there, which is a bunch of online resources, many of which are free to help entrepreneurs in the state of Indiana or in the South Bend area. But what do you notice about like tab 2 and tab 3? Ain't nothing there. Why do you think that is?
We're going to be filling it in.
You're going to be filling it in each week, which means what?
Gotta work. Be busy.
If you ain't here, you ain't picking up the stuff for that week, so you need to be here. Okay? At the end of the 6 weeks, the last Saturday, we will have a formal lunch for everybody. And it'll be catered by?
Somebody.
What? Say that again?
A business owner.
What kind of business owner?
Entrepreneur.
What kind of entrepreneur?
Catering service.
One that went through this program. So it'll be catered by one of the entrepreneurs from the program, and each of you will get a certificate from Notre Dame of completion of the boot camp part of the program. So that's the method to the madness. Are we good?
Good.
I get an amen?
Amen.
Ready to rock and roll?
Yes, we are, Doc.
Okay. And what are you supposed to do each week?
Show up.
Work your business. Work your business. Work your business. Some of you are at different stages. Some of you at the idea stage based on your applications. Some of you at the idea stage. Some of you have a product or service but not really a business. And some of you have launched a business but you're trying to get more traction. Okay? And it tends to be about a third in terms of idea stage. I got a product or service, but I ain't got no business. I'm just selling to my friends and family or whatever. I got a business, but I got to get traction. Okay, so here's the bad part. I'm a university professor, so you got to put up with my favorite quotes, okay? So How many of you know who Damon John is? Damon John. He's the only black guy on Shark Tank.
Oh,
He started FUBU and a bunch of other companies, but he made a lot of money.
Yes, he did.
And he's got a great book. I recommend the book. It's simply called The Power of Broke.
Oh, I see.
The Power of Broke. And it's a quote from John. Broke on its own is just broke. If you let broke beat you down, if you let it break you, you'll never find a way to thrive or even survive. You'll never lift yourself up. But if you look broke in the face, if you define it, own it, make it a part of who you are and how you go about your business, well, man, then you got something. If you're in this program, you ain't rich. Remember the thing I said a few moments ago about Lavoio? When I asked him what was the key? And I told you he's got 52 locations now? He's never. He comes from abject poverty. I mean, poverty like you can't imagine. Maybe you can. He's never taken on any debt. He certainly has never had any equity investors in his business. See, there's a couple fairy tales out there. There's a couple myths, mythology. Most people, when they go, well, why aren't you doing well? Why aren't you getting your business going? They'll say, well, the key, Lavoie doesn't know what he's talking about, networks. The key is
Getting along.
money. I need money. Give me money. I signed up for this program for money. I got news for you. For most of you, there ain't money out there. Not at this stage in your business. But I got more important news for you. The large majority of businesses in the United States that get started are started for less than $5,000.
Yep.
And a huge number less than $1,000. And a lot of people, if you had $50,000 or $100,000 to start a business, would they'd spend the $50,000 or $100,000, but they wouldn't have a successful business. I'm not saying money doesn't matter. I'm saying it's not the be-all, end-all. We're going to talk a lot about ways to access resources when you don't have money. What does that start to sound like I'm talking about?
Your plan.
I'm going to make a success of this business. I understand I don't have a lot of resources or money, but I'm going to figure it out. Research is good, but much more important than research is
Creativity.
a mindset.
That's determination.
You want to, and I said you got to see an entrepreneur in the mirror. Well, when you see an entrepreneur, you start to nurture your own entrepreneurial mindset. We'll talk about what that means, but it's in you. It's there. We just got to nurture it. We just got to develop it. So I want to first get you past, I can't start a business unless I have a bunch of money. Yes, you can. I know you can. I've seen people do it thousands of times. There's a couple other myths. You ever been in a room or talking to people and they go, you know, entrepreneurship, why 98% of startups fail. You ever heard anything like that? Mm-hmm. It's utter
Ridiculous.
Bullshit. It's an urban legend. It's what successful entrepreneurs like to repeat to make them,
Make you feel.
I don't know, puff them up or whatever. What do you think the failure rate on businesses is in the United States? New startup businesses. First 5 years. 'Cause if you get to 5 years, you'll get there.
30%?
It's a little higher than that.
I think 50.
It's about 45%. Nowhere near 98%. I mean, 45% is still pretty high, but that's much better news than, I mean, if it was 98%, I'd walk away and go to Las Vegas or something. I mean, odds would be better. And it varies by kind of business. Some industries have higher failure rates, some have lower. So that's kind of a myth. And then there's the myth that bugs me the most. Over at the university, at the Idea Center, if you know what that is, we'll have these tech entrepreneurs come in and they speak to folks, speak to students, and they get up there and they go, I'm an entrepreneur. You're not, I am. And you know why? Because I was born this way. There are actually a lot of people out there that think entrepreneurs are born, that think it's somehow in your gene structure. Do you happen to have the entrepreneur gene? To which you should say,
No.
bullshit. What I'm trying to say is, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the evidence. There's 55 years of research on the question, who is the entrepreneur? And you know what? There is zero evidence that entrepreneurs are born. They've looked at the psychology and the sociology of the entrepreneur, zero evidence that they're born. Entrepreneurs are made. That's right. So, let's start this journey with a couple other quotes. This is actually my favorite quote from George Bernard Shaw. And Shaw tells us the reasonable man or woman adapts himself or herself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself or herself. Therefore, all progress depends on unreasonable men and women. Now, Gregory, what does that quote say to you?
That means you have to think outside the box.
You got to think outside the box. Marcy, what's it say to you?
I was going to say the same.
Same thing. Think outside the box. Tanisha, what's it say to you? She's going, shit, I wish he hadn't called on me.
It's just about like what you make it to be.
The world is what you make it to be. You bet. That's a great way to put it. Yes.
Challenge the status quo.
Challenge the status quo. Yes.
Everything was a new idea at one time.
Everything was a new idea at one time. And when are new ideas most vulnerable?
When they start.
When they're first thought of. Because they got flaws. You got to work them out. You got to adjust them. You got to, yeah. That last line is a big line. All progress depends on unreasonable men and women. We're here to celebrate the unreasonableness in this room. Is there homelessness in South Bend?
Yes, seriously.
Are there people that give a lot of time and effort to try to deal with homelessness? Try to serve up food, try to...
Oh, yeah.
Are those people fixing the problem?
No, but they.
No, they're not. They're putting a Band-Aid on a problem. We're not going to get rid of homelessness until we think of the problem differently than all the solutions that have been tried in the past. We're not going to have peace in the Middle East till people think a little unreasonably about possible solutions than all the solutions that seem so simple and logical. There's a guy. He was a college student. He was a college student at the University of Texas. There's seats all over the place. He was a college student at the University of Texas. There's tables over there. Yeah. This was some years ago. And he had an idea. A pretty unreasonable idea. You see, there's a word you're going to learn. It's a big word. It's a key word. I'm going to keep coming back to it. And that word is commodity. You do not want your business to be a commodity. Does anybody know what a commodity is? Like corn is a commodity. Why is it a commodity?
Is it like you can represent it over and over and over again, like you can duplicate it? Is that what you're saying?
Marketing.
Right, but let's say you grow some corn in your yard and I grow some corn in my yard and Farmer Bob grows some corn in his fields. It's corn. There ain't no difference between your corn, my corn, and Farmer Bob's corn to the typical person. That's what a commodity is. It's when the customer doesn't see any difference between you and all your competitors. What would be an example? Well, go ahead.
I said, you got corn, I got popcorn.
Well, that would be different. But what would be an example of a real business started in South Bend that's a commodity? Well, you're going to meet somebody. A grocery store might be a nice example. You're going to meet somebody who's been through this program that has a cleaning business. Why is that tough? Cleaning business.
Contract.
I got a cleaning business. Marcy's got a cleaning business. Marlo's got a cleaning business. To the customer, what do they all do?
Clean, but who's the...
Well, that's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yeah,
They all do the exact same thing. I vacuum. Well, she vacuums. I do the blinds. Well, she does the blinds. What's the problem here?
It's the same.
It's the same. In all your mind's eyes, your business is different. But in the customer's mind, which is the only mind that matters, they don't see any difference. And what happens when customers don't see any difference between you and 10 other firms that do what you do? They buy whatever's cheapest. And here's a news flash. The worst way to run a business is to try to say, my only advantage is I'm cheaper than everybody else. You do not want to compete on price. Why? Because if your only advantage, the only thing that makes you worth buying from is that you're cheaper, it's just a matter of time before somebody else comes along and charges a lower price than you. And when that happens, what are you forced to do? Drop your price, which is like shooting yourself in the foot in terms of eliminating friendly cleaning business in South Bend. Maybe that's enough difference to justify why you shouldn't be charging the lowest price. So this guy that I'm talking about, this unreasonable guy, this college student, he's sitting in his dorm room and he's got a dream for a business. And it's a terrible idea. Because at the time of my story, personal computers were everywhere. Everyone had one. They were all over the place. And one company dominated that business. This company called IBM dominated that business. And this guy said, no, I'm going to start a personal computer business. I'm going to make personal computers. That from the get-go is an unreasonable idea. But there's a principle in business. And the principle goes something like this. The more standardized what you do, so every unit you make and produce is exactly the same, standardized, the lower your cost will be. And so you can charge less. But the more you customize what you do to this customer or that customer or that customer, the higher your costs, you need to charge more. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we have a person who's been through this program. She makes baby bibs, beautiful baby bibs, customized baby bibs. So her time per baby bib is much more to make one. Meaning what? She needs to be able to charge a higher price than the $5 you pay for a baby bib at Walmart. She needs to be able to charge $15 or $20 for a baby bib. So this guy faced that problem because he says, I'm going to start a computer business, but wait a minute, I'm going to be unreasonable. I'm going to customize the computer, but sell it for less. Because if you customize, you need to sell it for more. No. I'm going to customize the computer and sell it for what other computers go for. That's like a recipe for disaster. And then he says something else that's really unreasonable. When you sell computers, at the time, you sell them through computer stores. So whether that's Best Buy or Computerland or whatever, that's where people go to buy computers. This guy says, no, even though they can do that better than I can, they know how to do retailing of computers, I'm not going to sell through stores. I'm going to sell direct to the customer. That's unreasonable. Who's the guy I'm talking about?
The Dell people.
Michael Dell. That's a $50 billion company today. All based on unreasonable thinking. And who dominated when he started?
IBM.
IBM is where today in the PC business? They're gone.
Big on, yeah.
They do other stuff.
Right.
I want to celebrate the unreasonableness, challenge assumptions. Things don't have to be the way they've always been in the industry. Kenneth, do you like to bowl? No. Have you ever been bowling? Been bowling, yeah. And when you go bowling, what happens? Well, you rent some shoes, you pay for the game of bowling. Let's say it's $6 for a game, right? Why is it $6 for a game? Because that's how bowling's always charged. What if I decide to do it differently? What were those two words I just said?
Challenge.
What if? The two most important words in entrepreneurship are? What if? That's the magic of what if thinking. What if when I charge for my bowling, I charge based on how many pens you knock down? Now think right now, just stop for a second. What are all you thinking? That's a stupid idea, Mike. How would that work? Well, that's the problem. The minute we try to say something that challenges the norm and challenges the way it's always been done, we start killing the idea rather than going, well, it's a little different idea, but let's nurture that. Let's play with that because maybe we can find a way to make it work. Doesn't have to be the way it's always been done. The second quote, the role of the entrepreneur is to stand up to all, stand up to ridicule. What the hell is that? What? Stand up to ridicule. When somebody starts a business, what are they doing?
Taking a chance.
Taking a chance.
Making yourself visible.
But you're standing up for ridicule too.
Not following the standards.
They are creating change. When you start a business, you're creating change. You're changing the marketplace. You're changing the competitive environment because there's a new competitor in town. You're changing your life. You're changing your family. Entrepreneurs create change. And in that sense, they are a pain in the butt. Because how are all of us, no matter how much you say, I like change, I'm a change person. What's the truth about all of us?
Don't like change.
We resist change. It's normal. It's natural. Let's take a scenario, okay? So, let me see here. Jose,
Yes.
how are you this morning?
Excuse me?
How are you?
46.
Are you doing well?
I hope.
You hope, yeah. It all depends on what I say next. Jose, did you shave this morning?
Last night.
Last night?
Yeah.
No, that won't work. We'll take me as an example, okay? We'll take me as an example. So, I guess I better stand up there because the damn camera's up there. I need you to help me out, okay? You're Sharon. Sharon, here's my question. When I got up this morning, I sat up on the side of the bed and I cogitated. I thought to myself, what are you going to do next? Should I shave next? Or should I brush my teeth next? Shave, teeth. I think I'll shave first. Sharon, is that what happened?
What do you usually do?
Huh?
What do you usually do?
Don't worry about that. Just tell me if what I just described is what you think happened.
No, I don't do what I tried to make.
I did not sit on the edge of the bed. I did not cogitate. What did I do?
You just got up.
It was just automatic. I didn't make a decision, I'm going to shave first. I just did it. It was routine. It was pattern. All of our lives, we couldn't survive otherwise, are full of routines and patterns. So what happens when some brilliant entrepreneur comes along
Change.
And he's got this spray-on stuff that dissolves my beard. I don't have to shave it anymore. You just spray this stuff on and my beard dissolves. What happens? What happens? I'm going to ignore him. I'm not buying his product because
Out of your routine.
it's not my routine. My routine is I shave every day. I don't care how brilliant his idea is. I don't care how well it works. Logic would say, drop what you're doing and start doing it this way. Reality is, I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it the way. I'm going to resist.
The change.
Change.
So your suppliers will resist you. Your customers will resist you. The bank will resist you. You're going to face resistance because you're creating change. Your family may resist you. What do you mean you're starting a business? Keep your day job. That's the norm. You just have to expect that. That's why one of the most important things in successful entrepreneurship is sure persistence, pure tenacity. And so, here's the essence of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, when you boil it down, is where unreasonable meets discipline. Where thinking a little different, a little out of the box, a little creatively is matched by disciplined thinking. Discipline means what? It means starting to understand things like the numbers and what do the numbers say makes sense, rather than just guessing. It means creating systems and processes in your businesses, rather than just doing whatever feels good today. So that discipline translates into more systematic marketing approach, more systematic bookkeeping approach, more systematic every approach. Think creatively, push the edge in your solutions. And your solutions, when you hit those brick walls, and there's a ton of them, get out of the box, think different, but bring rigor and discipline to your business and your approach. Okay, a little background. Is this a good time to start a business? You bet. In the United States, there's 1 million new businesses started a year. There's only 24 million companies in the United States, so 1 million a year is a pretty high startup rate. But more importantly, we live in an amazing time. I get real tired of hearing on the news and from everybody how screwed up the world is. There's problems, obviously. But we live in the most entrepreneurial time in history. More new businesses are being started today across the globe than at any time in history. We're in the middle of an entrepreneurial revolution, so there's never been a better time to start a business. You should feel what you're doing is exactly what you should be doing. Entrepreneurial revolution. It's not just the number of startups of for-profit ventures, but the rate of non-profit startup is at an all-time high. Did you know? It's always interesting to me, Republicans, Democrats, none of them get it. We're worried about jobs. Big business is not creating a lot of jobs. What's big business do? They outsource jobs to China or Mexico or someplace. Government doesn't do much more than destroy jobs. 85% of the new jobs in our country
Entrepreneur.
are created by entrepreneurs. I do a lot of work, I said, in South Africa. The hope for the future of South Africa is entrepreneurship. It's not, let's pray Amazon will open a factory here or whatever. It's people taking charge. Women are starting a business now at a faster rate than society at large. Minorities today have a higher startup rate than society at large. And it's a global revolution. There's an entrepreneurial revolution in Uganda. There's an entrepreneurial revolution in Vietnam. There's an entrepreneurial revolution in Chile. So you're right where you ought to be. Amazing time to be an entrepreneur. There's more support, believe it or not, for entrepreneurs. This concept of entrepreneurial ecosystems. Nobody was talking about entrepreneurial ecosystems to support entrepreneurs 20 years ago. And it's more than that. It's the rate of new ideas and new products and services that are being introduced. I want you to think about something. I think I'm older than just about everybody here. So I want to take you back to my youth, when I was a boy. When I was a boy, we would go out to buy something we called sneakers. I think today they're called athletic shoes. We call them sneakers. And I would go out as a boy to buy a pair of sneakers, and I had two choices: black or white, high top or low top.
Yep.
End of story. End of story. Now, Charmaine, how are you?
Good.
Charmaine, if you went out today to buy a pair of athletic shoes, where would you go?
The mall.
Go to the mall. Might go to a shoe store.
Yeah.
Might go to a athletic shoe store.
Correct.
You might even go, Charmaine, to something called Lady Foot Locker.
Yep.
Lady Foot Locker. Why is that amazing?
It targets someone.
A store that only sells athletic shoes to ladies.
Right.
Why is that amazing? A generation ago, you would have gone, like I did, to a department store, to the shoe department, and had black or white, high top or low top. Today, you might not go to a department store, you might not go to a shoe store, you might go to an athletic shoe store, you go to a woman's athletic shoe store. Think of the level of specialization. And when you get to Lady Foot Locker, two choices, right? Black, white, high top, low top. You got hundreds and hundreds of choices. They got shoes for walking. They got shoes for running. They got shoes for running fast. They got shoes for cross training, whatever that is. They got shoes for rugby, for soccer. A student told me they even had a shoe for windsurfing. They probably have a shoe for love making. I don't know. What's happened to that market?
Expand.
It's fragmented, segmented, and niched. Where there were two choices, there are now 200 choices. And that's true in just about every market you can think of. Go in and ask for a Coke. Because when I grew up, there was Coke. They go, well, you want the Coke Classic? You want the Diet Coke? You want the Cherry Coke?
Coke Zero,
You want the Coke Zero?
vanilla Coke.
You want the Vanilla Coke? You want the Cherry Diet Coke? You want the caffeine-free Coke? You want the Cherry Diet caffeine-free Coke? You go, shit, I'll just take a Pepsi. I want you to understand there's a message here.
Yeah.
Specialize. The market is a lot more specialized. There's a lot more what we call market niches out there. And as much as people complain that there's too much choice, they still want the one with yellow flowers on it or whatever. In fact, today I think you can buy a gym shoe customized to the way you want it, and they'll ship it to you.
Yeah, you can.
That's what's happening in market after market. I go to South Africa all the time, and I am in Johannesburg, and I need a place to stay for the night. I see a familiar sign as I'm driving down the roadway, Holiday Inn. I think I know Holiday Inn, I'll stay there. In short order, you'll discover in 2023, there are 6 kinds of Holiday Inns, from the Holiday Inn Express to the Garden Court to the Crown Plaza. It doesn't matter what business you're in. Identify niches, identify unique markets and unique needs. That's part of this revolution. It's a revolution that suggests we live in a time of more choice, more innovation, more technological advance, more opportunity, more possibility. We know how COVID decimated a lot of small businesses. What is never talked about? How many people took advantage of COVID to create successful small businesses? We're getting to that mindset again. Where other people see threat, you see opportunity. Okay, that's a big problem. How do I make money from it? So, it's the right time to be doing what you're doing. To me, we use that word hero a little too much, I think. But entrepreneurs are the heroes of everyday life. They question, they challenge. Well, I think this market could support a new frozen yogurt store, and I'm going to do it this way. They take responsibility for change. You've got to own this thing. You've got to own this concept. Ownership is what it's all about. They're the essence of the human spirit. They're the hope for a better life. They're the hope for the end of discrimination. Because if there's one thing true about entrepreneurship, it's democratic. Anybody can do it. And that was my message from the start. Anybody can start a successful business. Anybody can. You can. So I want you to see entrepreneurship as not just starting a business. I want you to see it as empowerment and transformation. Empowerment in what sense? Well, is it empower? That's another word that's way overused, isn't it? Empowerment. What would be more empowering than I'm going to create my own future? I'm going to create my own job. I'm going to create my own wealth. Other things come out of entrepreneurship. One of the things that entrepreneurs develop is an identity. As an entrepreneur, I'm going to develop my own identity. I'm going to develop my own ability to hire. And I'm going to develop an ability to hire people that look like me. I'm going to develop my own, this is the most inspiring reason I do this program. You read the literature and the research about entrepreneurship, and you talk about people's motives. Why do they start businesses? Well, why do they start businesses? Don't want to work for the man. Want to work for myself. That's a big one. Want to make an income. Want to make some wealth. That's on the list. Want more freedom or flexibility. Well, that motivates people. I'm not sure it happens, but what inspires me about you and this program, if I went around and talked to each of you individually, you'd be stunned at how many people will tell me, I want to start this business to make my neighborhood better. I want to start this business to make this a better community. I want to start this business. It's not a purely selfish motivation. That's pretty inspiring. That's pretty exciting. So, you know, there's a lot of things involved in when we start talking about, so this is the empowerment I'm talking about. There's a lot of things involved in helping you move down the entrepreneurial path. A lot of things involved. What's the biggest thing? I can teach you how to do your bookkeeping. I can teach you how to do your marketing. Struggling to register a business takes 15 minutes in Indiana. We can help you with that. By the way, any of you that are paying so-called experts for things like helping you register your business,
It's a waste of time.
you're just putting money down a toilet.
Yep.
For most of you, you need to establish a single member LLC. You need to establish it state of Indiana or the state of Michigan. In Indiana, it takes 15 minutes. It's online, costs $95, and you got a registered business, and you have liability protection. But there are people who charge you $500.
$3,000.
$3,000, man.
$3,000.
That's, you know, and it's not just registering businesses. There are a lot of other things you can get. You don't need some guy to charge you a bunch of money to get help with that. So, I can teach those things, but the hardest thing, and I've been doing the entrepreneurship thing for 40 years, the hardest thing to convey, and yet the most important thing to convey, is the entrepreneurial mindset. How to think and act in entrepreneurial ways. Because I promise you, every one of you is going to hit the brick wall. What do? We had a guy in a program, great guy. He's now catered, he's a caterer. He's catered an event at Notre Dame. He's trying to do things the right way. The right way. So he's got this catering business. He calls up the city to get a food license, and they go, great, yeah, we're happy to help you. That's always deceptive with the government, right? We're happy to help you. We just need to come by your business and take a look. So they come by his business to take a look, and he's running his catering business out of his house, and you're not allowed to do that in St. Joseph County, Indiana. So they shut him down. He's just trying to do things the right way. So he's hit that brick wall. What happens now? That's where the proof's in the pudding. When you hit the brick wall, do you just get frustrated? Do you just give up?
Well,
If you think entrepreneurially, what do you start thinking? Well, I need a kitchen. Who's got kitchens? Well, geez, schools have kitchens. And what's interesting about those kitchens?
they're commercial.
They're only used about 4 days of the week, and they're not used at all in the summertime. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little idea here. They don't necessarily want me in their school cooking. Who else has kitchens?
Churches.
Churches have kitchens. And they only use the kitchen maybe a day and a half a week. Where do you think he's running his business from today?
Church.
A church. A church. And he's thinking entrepreneurially. He's not just thinking about where can I get a kitchen. He's thinking, how do I create value? So he now runs a junior chef program in the schools.
Oh.
And if he's teaching kids culinary skills in the schools, he's able to use
The kitchen.
the kitchen. That's the entrepreneurial mindset. Do you get it?
Yes.
You got to think this way. It's the heart and soul of successful entrepreneurship. It's a way of thinking and a way of acting. It's our compass. It's what guides us. It's what gets us through the night. It's what gets us over the obstacles and over, around, or under, or through the brick walls. And so, the problem with the entrepreneurial mindset is everybody says, hey, you got to have the mindset. And they go, okay, and people like you go, okay, I'm with you. I want to have that mindset. What is it? And then people go, well, it's think entrepreneurially. Yeah, but what does that mean? Be more like an entrepreneur. What the hell does that mean? The problem is entrepreneurial mindset's talked about a lot, but nobody ever explains it. Well, here it is. This is what we mean by the entrepreneurial mindset. Way of thinking, way of acting. What way of thinking? First of all, how do you see yourself when you look in the mirror? I hope you see yourself as a change agent. I can change the world around me. I can change my neighborhood, get people to recycle more. I can change my church. I can change my neighborhood organization. Seeing yourself not as a victim of change or along for the ride, but as an agent of change. That's part of that mindset. I'm a doer. I make change happen. Part of the entrepreneurial mindset is this idea there's a better way. I call it healthy dissatisfaction. Healthy dissatisfaction. Not the kind of dissatisfaction where you whine and complain. Healthy dissatisfaction. What do I mean by that? Derek, you and a successful entrepreneur are walking down the street, okay, and you're talking to each other. So here's Derek, he's having a conversation with a successful entrepreneur. They're just walking down the street, minding their own business. What will happen as they walk down the street?
They share ideas.
I'll tell you what will happen. The entrepreneur will say to Derek, hey, look at the way that guy's doing his store window. If he did a store window this way, he'd get twice as much visibility. Hey, hey, look at the way they're picking up trash over there. If they picked up trash this way, they could do it in half the time. What I'm saying is, there's a better way to do anything. There's a better way to do this presentation today. There's a better way to register students on the campus of Notre Dame. There's always a better way. Healthy dissatisfaction. The entrepreneur finds a way to make money from the better way. That's part of the mindset, that ongoing, yeah, but could we do this different? Is there a different way we could deliver our product? Is there a different way we could do our marketing? Better way. Opportunities are everywhere. Nothing could be more true. When you woke up this morning, there were 12 opportunities floating over your head. You just didn't see them. Why? Having a fight with the spouse. Kids are in trouble at school. Got some big due date at work. All these life noise things crowd out our ability to see all those opportunities, but they're right there. Embrace innovation and change. Here's a big one. There's a word entrepreneurs don't use, but they intimately accept. They don't use the F word, failure, but they intimately understand. You see, the mistake we make in America, what do we like in America?
We like
Success.
We like winners.
Yeah.
We like winners. All right, if I said who won the Super Bowl or the NBA championship 4 years ago, somebody would immediately know. If I said who came in second, hell, I don't know. Got no idea. And while it's good to like winners, it leads to the wrong assumption. And the assumption we make is that failure and success are opposites. That it's a dichotomy, that you either fail or you succeed. In entrepreneurship, failure is the path to success. Failure is the means to success. You will fail every week. You're going to make dumb decisions. You're going to try things that don't work. The issue is, do you see it? Do you acknowledge it? Do you recognize that was a failure and learn from it and adjust? Or do you ignore it or just cast it aside? But failure is at the heart of entrepreneurial success, a willingness to be wrong. This ain't a journey for thin-skinned people. Gotta have thick skin. Because there's going to be setbacks. You're going to make wrong decisions. And you got to be willing to say, it can never be, it's my way or the highway. It has to be, okay, maybe I made the wrong assumption about what my price should be. Maybe I made the wrong assumption about who I should be targeting in terms of my principal customer. So, optimism, one thing about entrepreneurs, the glass is always half full. And I'm about to get the other half filled. And then passion. Passion. Passion for what you do. Passion for pleasing customers. Passion for creating value. I had a student. And I used to be at Syracuse University up in upstate New York, and we ran a big business plan competition each year, open to any student on the campus, graduate student, freshman, anybody's eligible. We get all these entries, and we would give away $45,000 in prize money. And what we would do, kind of like March Madness, is we'd go from 150 business plan entries to we would cut the pool to what we called the Sweet 16, 16 finalists. And then we'd bring in famous alumni and entrepreneurs who'd done amazing things and investors and venture capitalists, and these 16 had to present to these distinguished judges and an auditorium full of people. They had to come in and pitch their business plans. And so we'd get all these cool things, technologies, neat stuff coming out of every discipline on the campus. And there was this one kid that entered the competition. And he was a little bit older. He was in his late 20s, maybe. He was the first kid in his family to ever go to college. His parents had died young, and they had a farm. So he had to take over the farm. If he was 27 or 28, he had 3 kids. He's working the farm and going to college. First person in his family to ever go to college. And he enters our business plan competition. And he had a shitty idea. I mean that literally. He sold horse manure. He had all these horses on a farm, and he would save all their manure. And he'd get manure from neighboring farmers. And he would put the manure in these piles that were like, each pile was the length of a football field and sort of angled, real high piles, 20, 30 feet high. And he'd angle them in terms of getting the sun, and he'd let them set for 3 years. And that manure turns into amazing fertilizer. So that was his business idea. He was making the fertilizer, but mostly he'd take a truckload and deliver it to somebody for their garden or whatever. His dream was he wanted to buy a bagging machine and bag it and sell it at retail at places like Home Depot. He was going to call it Black Gold. And while his cost per pound of this stuff was relatively low, he's going to charge some stupid price for it. In fact, the one thing the judges told him is, charge more.
Yeah.
So you get the story. So here's this guy, and he's in the competition. And we got all these fancy technologies and cool businesses, and he's selling horse shit. He's got no chance. No chance. Well, lo and behold, he makes the Sweet 16. I'm like, man, I didn't expect that. And then they go through 2 rounds, so it goes from 16 to the Final Four. He makes the Final Four. As you can imagine, he won that year. He won $25,000 first prize. He bought his bagging machine. But it was quite interesting when we got to the final round. And these are 4 amazing business plans for businesses that will scale and rock your world. And there's the horse manure guy. And he's up there, and he's in that last round when it's down to 4. And I'm the MC, so I'm over to the side, and this guy has the discipline. I mean, think of the discipline to get up 4 in the morning because you're running a farm, go to school, raise kids. This guy had discipline. But he had discipline in his whole approach to this business, so he knew his numbers. He knew his units cost. He knew what the package cost of the bags would be. He had an understanding of the size of the market and what the margins were at Home Depot, and so what he would have to charge for them to make a margin and him make a good margin. He knew it all. He had his facts down. He'd done his homework. But we get to the final round, and he sort of takes an aside. He goes off script a little bit. And this is tight competition. He goes, you know, Professor Morris, our MC, I've studied under him, and he told us you got to have a passion for your business. And I have to be honest with y'all, I don't have a passion for horse manure. And I'm over on the sidelines going, what's this guy doing? He's going to kill it. He's going to lose. He's blowing it. I don't have a passion for horse manure. But without missing a beat, he says, but I have a passion for what it does. I have a passion for how my horse manure brings families together to till in the soil and grow their own vegetables. I have a passion for the healthy vegetables it puts on their dinner tables when they sit down for a family meal. So he did have a passion. And you felt it. And I can tell you, the other competitors were done. He had these guys. In fact, his biggest problem was he didn't have enough horse manure. And so one of the judges was friends with the guy who runs Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky, you know, where the Kentucky Derby is run. They got a lot of horse manure. Passion. But then it's also behavior. Not just how you think, what you do. What's the Nike slogan? Go for it. Do it. Just do it. Go for opportunity. Not just your initial opportunity, but you're going to learn something called the corridor principle about the doors that are going to open when you're on this journey that weren't open when you were on the sidelines. But once you started the business, these opportunities start to happen. I'm going to show you how that works. Ongoing innovation in how you produce, in how you market, in how you distribute. Perseverance, I've talked about that. And then here are the big three. Here are the big three. Leverage resources, guerrilla action, and risk management. Leverage resources. That's a big one, especially when you got no money. What is leverage? Think about that word. This is, if there's any word I want you to leave the program with, it's this word. If there's any word you should tattoo on your heart, it's this word. Leverage. What's the base word in leverage? A lever. Or lever, yeah. Think about a boulder up here. Big boulder. I'm trying to move it. I don't have the strength to move it. I'm trying with all I got. I can't move the boulder. But I get a piece of metal or a piece of timber and I lodge it under the boulder and I can move it. That piece of wood or timber or metal is called a lever or a lever. Leverage resources. That means use other people's resources. Use resources you don't own. Use unconventional resources. That sounds good, but how do you do that? I'll give you an example. I was talking about failure rates earlier. Well, one of the businesses that has a little bit higher failure rate is restaurants. And there's a guy, he's starting a restaurant in this town where nobody knows him. He's starting a restaurant. And he gets a location, and he puts all the money he has into kitting out or building out the restaurant, getting the kitchen equipment, putting the menu together, getting some wait staff. He's got it pretty well together, and he runs out of money. And he's about to launch the venture. And it's a restaurant, which is a very tough competitive business. Marketing matters a lot. He hasn't got a penny for marketing. He's out of money. Not a dime for marketing. He's in deep doo-doo. So he's hit
Brick wall.
the wall. Time for the mindset. So he's stuck. What do I do? How do I get people to know about this place and come? So when in doubt, have a party. He has a party at his restaurant. Free booze, free food, party. But he only invites one kind of person to the party. Not investors. He invites every hairdresser in town.
That is strategic.
Fun, festive party. Every hairdresser in town's invited. Have you ever had a dead quiet haircut?
No.
What do hairdressers do all day? They talk,
Yes.
and they talk, and they talk. They're on their feet for 8, 9, 10 hours, and they're talking. And for the next 6 months, what are they all going to talk about?
His restaurant.
This amazing restaurant. Oh, Fred and I went to this Italian. Oh, don't worry about the Italian place. You got to go to this place. Do you see not just the cleverness, but the brilliance in that?
Yes.
If you don't see it, let me tell you the fact. You could spend $100,000 on conventional radio or television media, and you'd get less impact than he got from having a simple party for hairdressers. That's leveraging resources. It's looking at things unconventionally. That caterer that now cooks out of a kitchen at a church is leveraging resources. You need to sit down and realize, I don't care how limited your resources are, you're surrounded by resources if you just look at them differently. If you look at them through the entrepreneurial mindset and you start to see things you could tap, things you could creatively use, leverage resources. We'll have a module on this, but it's a big idea. Don't just wring your hands and say, I need $30,000 from the bank or I can't do this. Yeah, you can. Too many people have done it before you. Yeah, you can. But you got to have the mindset. You got to leverage resources. Guerrilla actions. I don't know if you ever heard this term, guerrilla warfare. But guerrilla, who's the original guerrilla? In the Bible. There was Goliath, and there was David. David didn't have a chance. Goliath was going to whip his butt, probably kill him. Who won? Why did David win? Because he engaged in unconventional tactics. He did things that were unexpected and unconventional to beat Goliath. Well, you're up against some Goliaths. And you're David. You're the little guy. You're the new startup. You got to think gorilla. So I'll give you an example. You'll see, I believe the best way to learn entrepreneurship is through stories. So I hope the stories make sense to you. There's a company. What's that thing we don't want to be? A commodity. Here's an industry that's a commodity industry. Car rentals. Is there really any difference between Avis and Hertz? And they all rent subcompacts, compacts, mid-size, full-size cars. They all charge about the same. The place you rent it's pretty much the same. It's a commodity business. Well, some years ago, an entrepreneur came along and started a new car rental agency. It was called Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And what do we need? Differentiation. How are you going to be different? It's just another Avis or Hertz. Our difference will be we pick you up. We'll come pick you up and bring you to the car. We'll bring the car to you. We'll pick the car up. We'll pick you up. That'll be our difference. Well, that sounds nice on paper, but it didn't resonate in the marketplace. So they were sucking wind. You see, people like me, I rent a lot of cars, but I rent them at the airport when I'm going somewhere. I go see my daughter, I go fly to Charlotte and rent a car and drive to where she is. I don't need to be picked up. So they just weren't getting traction. So part of the gorilla idea is to use the resources you do have in clever ways. I don't know if you've ever seen it. There's a famous guy. He's a plumber, small business entrepreneur, plumber, had a truck, struggling to get enough plumbing business to stay in business. He takes his truck, and you know when you're driving your truck, he paints the door next to where he's driving, where he's sitting behind the wheel. He paints the door, and what he paints on the door is a toilet with a pair of legs with the pants down below the knees. So it looks like the driver is sitting on a john. Well, why do you need a plumber? Because your toilet is busted. How many cars a day does that truck pass? Maybe 10, 15,000 in a given day. Every one of those cars is going to go, Mom, Dad, look at that, he's sitting on a toilet. They're all going to remember Ralph's Plumbing, which is written in bold letters on the door. Using the resources that you have in clever ways. So that's what what happened with Enterprise. It was a morning, 7:30 in the morning, nobody at Enterprise, no customers. So I got these cars, I got these guys that pump gas, I got these people that clean the car, I got these people working the front counter, they're all standing around looking at their navels because ain't no customers. So the manager thinks gorilla, thinks alternative, thinks clever. So what he does is he takes 5 cars from the lot that ain't been rented. He takes 2 employees, the gas guys or the counter people, puts 2 employees in each of those 5 cars. And the 5 cars drive to Krispy Kreme donuts. And each car buys 10 dozen donuts. And where do those cars go?
Stations?
Police station. No. Not the police station.
Airport?
Not the airport. Good guess.
Different vendors.
What's their source of differentiation?
They pick you up.
Why do you need to be picked up?
Your car.
You always want to walk in the shoes of your customer. Empathize with your customer. Walk their daily life. Walk where their head's at when they come in contact with your business. Why do I need to be picked up?
Got to leave my car.
Because my car is in the shop. Because my car's broken down. Because my car was in an accident. Where did they take the donuts? To auto repair shops. Each of those cars shows up at every auto repair shop in town. Hey, good morning. I'm Mike. I'm from Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We wanted to wish you guys a wonderful week. Here's some donuts. Do you mind if we leave some brochures and business cards here on the counter? What do you think happens over the next 2 months? Referrals from those auto body and repair shops of their customers to Enterprise, who will pick them up, go through the roof. You can spend a ton of money on conventional marketing, or you can provide donuts to auto shops. Okay, and then this last word here, risk management. That's an important idea because too many entrepreneurs think, too many people think entrepreneurship is about taking risk. It is not. Entrepreneurship has nothing to do with taking risks. Now you're all sitting there going, what? I've never met in my whole life an entrepreneur who said, hey, let's go take some risks. Entrepreneurship isn't about risk-taking. It's about risk mitigating. It's about risk management. You learn to manage risk, not take them, manage them. You learn to share the risk with somebody else. You learn to lessen the risk at a point in time or through a given approach. I'm always intrigued by entrepreneurs who are just, I got to buy the building my business is going to be in.
Rent out office.
What a weird idea. Why would you take on the risk of owning a building and the responsibility for its insurance, all of its maintenance, when all that money could go into your business? You gotta, and I'm going to teach you some ways to mitigate risk. I'm going to teach you some ways to manage risk. Might be a good idea for, here's an example. You're going to learn about fixed and variable costs. Fixed costs represent risk. Might make sense to run your business out of your home longer than maybe you were planning because you avoid the fixed cost of rent. That's a risk mitigation approach. So, this is the mindset. It's the key to the whole deal. You with me? Amen. Amen. Yes. We're really ready for a break, Mike. Let's take a break. 15 minutes. Joe was sitting where you were sitting not that long ago, but if Joe will tell you about bad luck that you got to overcome. But it's a process. If you think about a process, what does that mean? This is the biggest change actually in our thinking about entrepreneurship in the last 30 years. If it's a process, then it can be broken down into some steps or stages. If it's a process, it can be learned. I'm a terrible dancer, but you could probably teach me a few steps so that I wouldn't completely embarrass myself dancing. Or not, but it's a learnable process, it's a manageable process. That's important. So that's really what you're trying to grasp, that process and understand how that process works. You have to be creating value. That's an idea that may not be as obvious as it sounds. Creating value. That's why you exist as an entrepreneur. To create value for a customer. How much should you be charging customers? An amount equal to how much value you're creating for them. You're going to learn that pricing has very little to do with how much it costs you to make it. Does it cost Starbucks that much more to make a cup of coffee than McDonald's?
No.
Then why is one of them charging you $1 and one of them charging $5?
Man.
They're charging for the value they create or that the customer perceives as being created for them. There's an engineer. My friend Ann Ball knows all about engineers. She had an amazing husband who was an engineer. Engineers like to solve problems. Now, Alicia, you ever use a vacuum cleaner? What's really irritating about vacuum cleaners? Huh? They're noisy. Yeah, they're noisy. Well, what do we now identify? Not just a problem, but in entrepreneurship we call it a pain point. A pain point. When you look at customers and you provide them with a product or service, you're addressing a pain point. And you want to keep that in mind in terms of how much pain you're relieving for the customer, how much better you're making their day or their life or their whatever the problem is you're dealing with. Pain, like medicine, treats a pain. A pain point in the marketplace, a pain point with customers. So, this engineer listens and says, yeah, those damn vacuum cleaners are noisy. And he's a pretty good engineer, so he ends up engineering a dead, quiet vacuum cleaner. And getting that last 5% of the noise out is an amazing engineering achievement. And they do some focus groups with this new dead, quiet vacuum cleaner. And every customer is like, oh, it's amazing. I love it. Which is why focus groups aren't very dependable. Because when the guy went out and introduced it for sale in the marketplace, hardly anybody would buy it. What do you think they discovered? I'm using this dead, quiet vacuum cleaner. Like shit. Anything happening here? It's dead quiet. I want to hear the noise because the noise says it's sucking up the dirt. The whole problem, the product didn't create enough value for the customer. Didn't understand the customer. Unique combination of resources. What your business is about is combining resources in a different way. Slightly different than anybody else has ever combined them to do what you're doing. There's been coffee shops around forever. Starbucks is not a new idea. Coffee shops? But they put resources together in a different way to say, no. They never said we're the best. In fact, anybody who loves coffee, I tell you, Starbucks is not the best coffee. At the end of the day, they're not in the coffee selling business. They sell coffee experience. A place you can go with your laptop or whatever. Most businesses don't like you sitting around all day not spending money in their store. Starbucks wants you there. They're selling an experience. And they're charging for it. And it's opportunity-driven behavior. So what's the key word in all that? All those words, but process. So here is what the entrepreneurial process looks like. Simple set of stages. What do you notice it starts with? What's it start with? Not what most of us start with, which is most of you started with a product or service idea. That's second. What comes first is what's the underlying opportunity I'm addressing? Opportunities happen where? Not inside your head, not internally. Opportunities happen in the external environment. The state of Indiana decides the school day in Indiana, the official school day, I'm making this up, I don't know, but the official school day in Indiana is at least 5 hours long. Student must be in school 5 hours. The state of Indiana passes a new law and says, no, we're going to make it 6 hours a day. The average school kid has to spend 6 hours a day at school. So there's been an environmental change. A law has been changed. What will some entrepreneur do?
An opportunity.
They'll go, how do I make money from a 1 hour longer school day? Can I start some kind of program that's after school program or a transportation business that picks up kids because it's disrupting their parents? They look at that change, any change. So you look at the external environment. Think about a simple example. I start to look around and go, what are the 5 biggest trends today? External environment. What are the 5 biggest trends today in education? Well, what would be number 1 trend in education?
Technology.
Online learning. That's the number 1. But if you look at the 5 biggest trends in education, in the top 5 is a huge increase in homeschooling. Huge increase. Used to be homeschooling had to do with religion or other things, but today schools aren't safe, kids aren't learning anything, I'm gonna homeschool my kids. If that's a real national trend, it is an opportunity. Okay, now think about this. I've just introduced an opportunity to you. There's a major trend towards homeschooling. What happens with a lot of people is they start with I got to come up with a business idea to make money. No, I start with an opportunity. Okay, I just defined an opportunity. Now watch I want everybody to watch what happens right now. Because I started with the opportunity. Lucretia, tell me one business idea to capitalize on that opportunity. People are homeschooling more. Their parents, right? And they don't know how to homeschool. So you're going to start a business that's an online business to teach the parents how to homeschool. There's a business. Give me another one. I'm going to have a preparation of healthy lunches that I'll ship to your house. Great idea. Another one.
Extra tutoring.
I'm gonna have a tutoring, to augment the parents, a tutoring business that's online, okay?
Offer curriculum or.
I'm gonna offer, here's an English curriculum, here's a history curriculum, here's a science curriculum, all laid out for you to teach your kids. Great idea, wonderful idea.
Provide supplies to the home.
School supplies to the home, wonderful idea.
Homeschool physical education.
And I like that, that's good.
Different media types, different projects, okay.
Okay, so videos or guest speakers that have been filmed, okay, nice idea. Socialization, because they're at home. So we're gonna have field trips for homeschooled kids in South Bend. That's our business. We organize those. And what else do they need?
Like for parents, relaxation time.
Okay, good, I like that.
I was gonna say some mental health services.
Mental health services, yeah, we all need that. Huh? Okay, yeah, do they need maybe athletic leagues organized for them? Could I start a business around extracurricular athletic? What do you see happening here because I started with the opportunity? I just got 13 ideas for businesses because I started with the opportunity rather than what's a product I can come up with that I can make money with. You see how it works? Opportunity drives everything. All right, what's the problem with this process? Those are the steps. You gotta come up with a business concept and some kind of business model. We'll talk about what that means. Determine the resources that you require. Cleverly leverage to come up with those resources. Launch the venture. Manage and grow. Exit the venture. Wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Anytime you're talking about human beings, what's wrong with that?
Takes discipline.
Look at the picture. What do you see?
Well, it's more of a question, what if you just have the idea first?
You still need to back up and assess what the underlying opportunity is. So, what's Chandra saying?
This isn't linear all the time.
It isn't linear. I might have to go start here and go backwards and then revisit a step. That's what I'm looking for. That's linear. Life is never linear. Anything involving human beings is never linear. So this is the process, but let's talk about what really happens when you start a business. Okay? So is it Lenore? Lenore and I, do you ever drink wine? Okay. Lenore and I are out having a glass of wine and just shooting the breeze. And here we are drinking our wine, talking. And while we're talking, we come up with an idea for a business. And we're pretty excited about it. Man, that's great, Lenore. Mike, that's wonderful. We're chuffed. But we've been drinking. So, we go home and we tell our family and friends about it, and every one of them says, that's a great idea, that's powerful. And this idea we came up with is for a board game, but it's a really clever board game, better than Monopoly. So we've invented an idea for a board game. Okay. Now our families and friends are saying, it's pretty good, we're getting a little reinforcement here. So now what do? Well, we make up about 100 prototypes of our board game, and we take a booth at the farmer's market or at the county fair, and we sell all 100 in 2 hours. Well, that's what technical people will call market validation. We got some feedback from the market. Joe, with his coffee business, is opening a major production plant. He never would have done that if he hadn't first gotten market validation from spending hours and hours at farmers markets selling his coffee at a booth. And he saw enough demand where he thought, I can take this plunge, I can do this. And he did it in a way that managed risk. Listen. Anyway, we make the prototypes, we sell them out. Now we're pretty sure we got something good. So we write a business plan. And we use that business plan. And what's the worst thing you can do when it comes to a business plan? Have somebody else write it for you. Waste of paper, waste of the words. We write a business plan. I used to have students that would write business plans, and all the time they'd be frustrated because they'd write the business plan and it would show them the business won't work. The business plan would show them they can't make money, and they'd feel bad and frustrated. And they were always surprised when they got an A+ for a business plan. Why did I give them an A+? Because the business plan did what it's supposed to do. It's talking to you. It's showing you this thing can work, or here are the reasons it won't work. Here are the pitfalls. Here are the problems. So we write a business plan. We'll talk about the business plan. All right? And we use that business plan to attract some resources. We use it to get Alicia here, read the business plan. Isn't that pretty cool? Come to work for us. Okay, I'm excited about your business now that I read your business plan. We use that business plan to get into some stores. Okay. We launch the business. Okay? Everybody with me on this journey? We came up with an idea. We tested it in the market a little bit and got some positive feedback. We wrote a business plan. We put resources together. We launched the business. What happens the minute you launch a business? What happens the minute you launch a business? I got news for everybody. You ain't God. You're just a human being. And human beings are fundamentally flawed with limitations and weaknesses. So here's what happens when you launch a business. You make a shit ton of mistakes. That's what happens when you launch a business, because you're not God.
Right.
I don't care how good your business plan is, there's no way to know the exact right price to charge beforehand.
Right.
There's no way to know the exact right customer to target beforehand. The exact right location to put your business at, the exact right hours to operate, the exact right mix of products and services to sell. There's no way to know ahead of time, because you're not God. So when you launch a business, this is a big idea. You launch a business, you make a bunch of mistakes. Who wins and who loses? Who survives and who doesn't? Which business becomes sustainable? The one that, when they make those mistakes, learns quickly on the fly and makes adjustments. And which ones will not become sustainable? The ones that it's my way or the highway. I know this is who my target audience is. I know this is what my price must be. That's not what the market's telling you, and the market's talking to you. Understand two things that happen when you launch a business. First one, you're going to make a bunch of mistakes. You're not going to have the price exactly right. You're not going to have the product exactly right. You're going to make mistakes. And then there's a big one. This is the big reveal. You ready? You want to write this down. You want to listen very carefully. Ready? Shit happens.
What'd you say?
like that. Shit happens. What kind of shit happens? Unexpected shit. Apart from your mistakes, unexpected occurrences happen. Like, we worked with a lady. She had a home health care business she started. She hired her first employee. 30 days later, her first employee quit and started competing business. Does that ever happen?
Yeah.
Shit happened. I got a deal on some inventory. I got a fantastic price. Somebody's going out. I bought all this inventory, and my friend let me store it in his warehouse. And it rained last night, and the warehouse roof leaked, and all that water came in on my inventory and ruined it. And I spent $20,000 for it because it was such a deal, and I got no insurance. I got no business insurance. Does that ever happen?
Yeah.
All kinds of unexpected things happen. So between the mistakes and the unexpected, the nature of the entrepreneurial journey is about how fast you can learn on the fly, make adaptations, make adjustments until you get it right. Nobody starts and a brilliant business model just works from the start. Everybody makes mistakes, deals with unexpected occurrences. Joe's going to these public markets all over the place. He's living on hardly anything. Some car hits his car on his way to a market. He didn't expect that. His car is his only way of getting anywhere. Now he's got to spend money he doesn't have for alternative transportation. Shit happens. It's how you deal with that. It's how you know it's coming and how you adjust and adapt. So that's the process, it really is, but here's the reality. It's not linear, it's messy, it's chaotic, it's unpredictable, it's not controllable. You may think you're in control because you're not working for somebody else, but you're not in control. It's, you know, how many entrepreneurs will tell me, you've heard this expression, I'm sure. Mike, it was like building an airplane while you're in the air. That's the reality of the entrepreneurial journey. The more you understand that, the more you'll be ready for it. So what's it tell you? Well, here's something you might find very interesting. And it's a fact. Lenore and I came up with the idea. We made up some prototypes. We got some market feed. It looks like it's a great idea. We write a business plan. We attract resources. We launch the venture. We make mistakes and encounter unexpected occurrences. We adjust. We adapt. And 2 years later, we're a success. We're a big success. Here's my question. 2 years later, when we're a big success, what does that business look like compared to our original concept? It's going to be totally different. The successful business you create will look totally different than your original business idea. One of the greatest thinkers in management, a guy named Peter Drucker, years ago said, it was interesting before he died, this management guru spent his last 20 years focusing on entrepreneurship. One of the things he said was, when a new business does succeed, I'm quoting him, it is almost always with different products or services that it had in mind when it started. Bought by customers, market segments, we'll talk about those, that are very different than the market they had in mind when they started. For a price that's different than the price they had in mind. everything evolves. And I'll give you evidence of this. We did a study, and we looked at 100 businesses that were highly successful after 5 years. Highly successful. 5 years in, big successes. And to participate in the story, in the study, all those entrepreneurs had to agree to share their original business plan with us. So the purpose of the study was to compare their original business plan to what the business looked like when it succeeded. In 100% of the cases, every single one of them, there was a dramatic change between what they were originally saying they were going to do and what proved to be successful. Why does this happen? Because you're making mistakes, because unexpected occurrences are happening, but there's something else happening. We call it the corridor principle. You don't need to know the name, that's not important. You need to understand the idea. The corridor principle tells us this. When you start a business, it's kind of like walking down a corridor that you've walked down before. But now, because you started the business, you're able to see some doors in that corridor that you never noticed before. And those doors represent opportunities. And importantly, they are not doors you would have seen if you'd stayed on the sidelines, done more planning, and not started the business. What I'm telling you is you need to get into the game. You need to get into the arena. Don't sit around and plan your butt off. Or use that as an excuse to, I'll get to it next 6 months. When people say, Mike, I've struggled with a business plan, I tell people I have a business plan, but what I have is really not a business plan. I have something. What do you think I tell them to do? I tell them, keep working on that plan. In the meantime, go sell something. Get out there and do it. Because it's the getting out there and doing it, it's being in the arena that allows you to see things you can never see from the sidelines. And I'm going to give you an example of this, a real life example. We had an entrepreneur. And she started what we've called a commodity business. She started a cleaning company. She's cleaning houses. She didn't start with opportunity. She just looked around her environment, said, I know how to clean. There's a lot of houses. They're all dirty. Must be a market out there. I'm going to start a cleaning business. Happens a lot. But she was smart. She understood this is a learning journey. I'm going to make a bunch of mistakes. Unexpected things are going to happen. So she's cleaning houses, but she's learning from cleaning houses. And one of the things she's learning is, and I'm not much different than them. These homeowners are not especially loyal to a cleaning service, so somebody comes along with a cheaper price, they'll drop me and go to them. She's struggling, but she's looking around and she starts to realize, you know, maybe I could make more money if I sold cleaning services to businesses, not houses. So she starts getting some contracts cleaning offices. And as she does this, she makes a little bit more money, but she's still learning. She starts to see You know, there's certain kind of offices that pay better and pay more promptly and seem to be doing better. And these are medical offices. So she starts to specialize in cleaning medical offices. Now she's making a little bit more money, but she starts to see that these medical offices have urine and feces and blood, what's called bio waste. And she finds out you can get certified as a bio waste cleanup person and charge 3 times per hour what you have been charged. So she gets certified as a bio waste cleaning company. Now she's making more money. What do you think she's doing today?
It's endlessly evolving.
What do you think she's doing today? She doesn't clean anything. She's got a business where she certifies other cleaning businesses for bio waste cleanup and charges for the training and the certification. And she's making more money. That's the corridor principle. Those doors are there. Now I start to see the doors. You can't act on all of them because some of them are a dead end. But that's the real thing. It's the adaptation. It's the seeing the doors open. It's the overcoming the mistakes. It's the COVID hits or unexpected things happen. And you're starting to get the picture. So there's the entrepreneurial process, but then there's the reality of the entrepreneurial journey. Amen? Amen. So what's it feel like when you, well, let me finish this thought. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm a little behind, I'm sorry. We find in our own work with entrepreneurs, and particularly entrepreneurs who come from disadvantaged circumstances, we find that these entrepreneurs struggle because they walk into a place. You're going to learn about this place in week 6. Great place, but they walk into a place called a Small Business Development Center. We have them all over the United States. There's one at IU South Bend, Small Business Development Center. And they're there to help entrepreneurs. Any entrepreneur walks into a door, whoever you are. And so I walk into a place like that and I say, I want to start a business. And they tend, this is not a criticism, but because they have a lot of people who walk in the door, but they tend to go, well, okay, if you want to start a business, let's see your business plan. Well, I don't have a business plan. Okay, we'll go write one. Here's a template. Follow this template, write a business plan. We find that a lot of people find that an impossible mountain to climb. I got to think 5 years ahead when I'm used to trying to survive the month or the year. You want me to put together projected, what are called pro forma or projected financial statements for the next 3 years? Shit, I don't have any sales. How do you expect me to project my income for the next 3 years? And here's the point. Write that plan. The plan matters. But what we've done, and you'll see it if you look right before the end of that tab 1. You'll see a page in there that's titled activity-based metrics for you guys. Activity-based metrics sounds like a fancy term. What we've done is we've taken the entrepreneurial process, and it's the essence of this whole program, and we've broken it down to 80 steps. 80 steps to a sustainable enterprise, not to a startup. Anybody can start a business. That takes nothing. but building a sustainable enterprise. A business can generate enough profit, enough return to matter. Make a difference in your life. 80 steps. And here's the key to sustainability. Look at these and take them one step at a time. And what we find is that progress begets progress. If while you're with us in this program, you can take 20 steps, you'll take 20 steps on your own. That's the whole method to the madness of our approach. So and you can see I've taken my 80 steps and I've broken them down into 3 stages. Pre-startup, okay, before you launch. Then when you launch, what happens? What happens when you launch? You make a bunch of mistakes and shit happens. So you're learning and adjusting until you get the business model right, which will take a while. And then we get to stage 3. Now I got the business model pretty solid. How do I ensure sustainable profits? 3 stages, 80 steps. So the first thing every one of you should do is look at which stage am I in? Am I pre-launch? I've launched, but I really don't have traction, I haven't got it right? Have I pretty much got it right? Now I'm ready to really ensure a sustainable profit stream. Look at where you're at and then start looking at which of the steps you have completed. And the important issue is completed properly, completed well. Okay? So if you look at the first step, you're doing it right now. Right? But this is the guide map. These 80 steps, because if you do these 80 steps right, you will have a sustainable enterprise. I promise you that. Does it make sense?
Yes.
I'll come back to the 80 steps, but take time to look at where you're at in this process. Take time to check off what you've done so far, or what you've done maybe halfway, but needs a little bit more. With our program over these 10 months, we'll start to work with you on where some holes might be. So for some of you, as I said, to get to the consulting phase in the fall, you may need a website. Maybe that's one of the steps. Some of these steps are pretty basic. All steps can be complicated when you come from disadvantage, but some of these steps are more simple, like register the business. Don't pay anybody for that. We can help you. If you haven't registered yet, register the business. Open a business bank account. Get an employer identification number. More straightforward. Some are a little more complicated. Put a workable bookkeeping system in place. Establish an internet site, a website. Anyway, this will guide our journey. Okay? 80 steps. 2 more issues and I'll stop. We're going to go to the next part of this. There's the 80 steps. So I've talked about entrepreneurship as a process. I've talked about entrepreneurship as a journey that's kind of a raggedy journey. And I want to talk about entrepreneurship as an experience. What's it like to start a business? Not theoretically, in practice. Those of you that have started, think about the first day, think about the first month. What's it like to start a business?
Exciting.
Hard? Exciting? Overwhelming.
It's hell.
Hell?
Tiring.
Most people will tell you it's like a roller coaster ride. With highs and some real lows. What you see up here is what entrepreneurs tell me. They tell me it's stressful. They tell me at moments it's exhilarating. That's my name on the package, my company name on the package. That's my name or my company name on the door. That's pretty fulfilling. That's exciting. Stressful. Why do you see the word lonely up there?
Not the way ain't doing.
There ain't no senior executive vice president of finance down the hallway to go talk to. Because you're the senior executive vice president of finance. So it's lonely in that sense, but it's also lonely in another sense. A lot of entrepreneurs tell me, you know, Mike, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Because I realize I've hired 10 people. And each of those people has a spouse and at least one kid. I got 30 people's lives on my back. That can be lonely. If you look at these characteristics, now I'm going to ask you a question. How many mothers do we have in the room? All right. Now, I got 4 daughters, but I could never know or understand or appreciate what it is to be a mother. But I want you to think about when that baby pops out. When that baby popped out, did you have a clue what you were doing? No. With the first baby? No. When that baby cried, did you go, I don't know if he's hungry, or sick, or just wants attention? I don't know what it means. What did you have to do? Figure it out. Figure it out. And I don't care how much your own mother told you how to be a mother, it didn't matter. You learned to be a great mother. That's how entrepreneurship works. It's like a kiln that will form you, will mold you. It is this experience that will form you into a successful entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are not born. They're made, but they're made from the experience. We find that entrepreneurs tend to tolerate ambiguous situations. But we also find they weren't born that way. It's the experience, it's an ambiguous circumstance. So you learn to tolerate ambiguity. Things don't have to fit in nice square boxes. Does that make sense? An emergent experience. Things will change. Opportunities will emerge if you're in the game. You're out there making sales, doing guerrilla things. So, one last idea. So that's the message. Entrepreneurs create ventures, but the more important point is ventures create entrepreneurs. The business will form you into an entrepreneur. Don't worry. I have people all the time go, Mike, I'm just not sure I have the right stuff to start a business. I'm trying to tell you, there ain't a laundry list of the right stuff. You need some passion. You need to be dedicated to it. It's going to take some work. But there's no checklist of the right stuff. The journey will form you into an entrepreneur. You can do it. It's there. So, the last thing I want to touch on is you need to ask yourself, what kind of venture am I trying to create? And the mistake that people make is they assume, well, when you talk about entrepreneurship, what do they talk about on Shark Tank? If you go to college and you take a course in entrepreneurship, what do they talk about there? They talk about Uber. You got to create the next Uber. You got to create the next Facebook or TikTok. You got to create the next SpaceX. And you're sitting there going, I'm just some struggling person in South Bend, Indiana. How do you expect me to create Uber? My message is you don't need to create Uber. But we do need to understand, what do entrepreneurs create? Sounds like a great title for a book. It is a book that we've written. But the essence of that book, you'll see, again, if you go to the end of the slides, look at the last page before tab 2. Last page before tab 2. What do you see? Entrepreneurs create 4 types of venture. The problem in America, and too many places where they teach entrepreneurship, is all the glory and glamour is with that 4th one. Aggressive growth. Aggressive growth means Uber, means SpaceX, means medical technology, means that's all they talk about. I got news for you. Newsflash. Of all the startups in America in a year, less than 1% are aggressive growth ventures. 99.3% are the other 3. So those of you that want to start an aggressive growth venture, great. But for most of you, it's one of those other 3. Survival venture, lifestyle venture, managed growth venture. There ain't no better. There are people out there that sort of denigrate anything that's not aggressive growth, but the vast majority of businesses that are created, and most importantly, the businesses that are the backbone of local communities are, you know, what do the Ubers do? They'll go whatever state or whatever location will give them the most incentives, right? Businesses you start are going to be rooted in the community, connected to the community, investing in the community. So what is a survival venture? A survival venture is a venture like a guy that owns a corner hot dog stand. He makes enough money to pay this week's bills, to survive. Makes a little income, but it's really a hand-to-mouth. We think of it that way. A hand-to-mouth in terms of, I sell today to pay yesterday's bills. I sell today to pay yesterday's bills. You know, a handyman who comes around and does odd jobs at people's houses, running a survival business. To me, there's glory in that. To me, there's glamour in that. We need to hold those up, not the next Uber. Okay, so what's a lifestyle business? Think about your favorite bar or restaurant in South Bend. Think about the place you get your car fixed. Think about a small boutique, women's clothes, wedding dress store, hardware store. Those are all lifestyle businesses. These are businesses that go beyond the survival business. They often, not always, they often have premises. The survival business is running the business from a stall or a truck or their home. Lifestyle, often, survival businesses don't tend to have employees. Lifestyle businesses do start to employ people. The point with lifestyle is it generates enough profit to reinvest in the business, to add equipment, to add people, to spend more on marketing. But is that favorite bar of yours, your favorite restaurant of yours, is the owner of that getting rich? They are not. Those businesses aren't producing millionaires. But do they produce a nice lifestyle? I make a decent income. I can send my kids away to college. I can take a vacation every 3rd year. That's a lifestyle business. Managed growth. Think about the person who works as a real estate agent, okay? And they get tired of working for some real estate company and paying all their commissions to the real estate company. So they quit and they open their own real estate office. Okay? Now, I know a number of people that we've worked with that will say, well, Mike, I'm going to open a hair salon. And at some point, I might open a second location, but that's all I want. I don't want 20. I want 2. That's lifestyle. Managed growth is steady expansion. So I'm talking about growth in locations, growth in products. So this real estate agent opens an office, and 15 years later, she has 18 offices located all over north central Indiana. And she has a commercial division and a residential division. It's not aggressive, scalable growth. It's steady, stable. She's adding a new location every year. Steady, stable, controlled growth. And then there are aggressive growth. They're called gazelles, the explosive companies, the Ubers, the TikToks. There ain't a better one of these. My message to you is, this should bring some order to things for you. This brings some logic to what the entrepreneurial landscape looks like. You simply need to go, my aspiration is, I'm happy with a survival business. It'll generate a little income. I'm happy with a lifestyle. So look at the characteristics. I've got about 13 characteristics there of each of these 4 types. And think about what you're aspiring to. Because here's the big news. The skills required vary by type. Where you get money from varies by type. Everything varies by type. Does that make sense? Amen. You ready to hear from the horse's mouth? Yes. You had to listen to me, but you want to hear the truth. Okay, I'm going to introduce you to 2 entrepreneurs. And what makes me super happy this year, this is the first time we've been able to do this. You're going to meet entrepreneurs every week. This is the first time we've been able to do this with 2 entrepreneurs that we feel have achieved the kind of success that came through this program. I can tell you their success has nothing to do with this program and everything to do with them. So is Kiana here? This is Kiana Bailiff. Please have a seat. Welcome. And is Les Linda here? Les Linda Wilson. That's the one. And this baby's working right now. Sue, I don't know if we want to figure it out. Yeah. Maybe talk a little louder than what you might just said. So first, what I'd like each to do is, could you tell us a little bit about the nature of the business that you started and where you're at this point?
Hi everyone, my name is Kiana Bayless. I have 2 businesses. I have Know to Grow Consulting, which is a business consulting firm. It started out helping childcare providers, and now I help any business. I also have a childcare that has been in South Bend for almost 9 years, Little Village Home Childcare. We are the first to be accredited by NECFA in the Indiana region between South Bend, Mishawaka, Granger, etc. And we are level 4, which is the highest level that you can achieve.
What is she doing?
And business sounds.
So, Kiana's childcare business, she's understating it, very successful. I'm talking about financial performance, and that's a tough industry, so figuring out how to make it profitable is but she's done so well at it, she's now coaching and helping all over the country, people trying to start childcare businesses with the lessons she's learned, the tools that she's developed, that's pretty cool, isn't it? What does that sound like? The whole point of these entrepreneurs is to either reinforce or challenge some of what you've just been taught the last couple hours. So what does Kiana's journey sound like? It sounds a lot like an opportunity corridor to me about learning businesses. What made you start the business you started? Did you have experience or background, or what triggered, I'm going to start this daycare, I'm going to start this clinic? Yeah?
I did have experience. Actually, I did not want to teach in early childhood, actually. I wanted to be a teacher. I used to teach my teddy bears, stuff like that. But I had children at a young age. I was a teenage mom at 16, and I found myself at 16 living in a shelter and walking to college to get my first degree with 2 children. And I had taken some early childhood classes because I thought that would help me be a better mom. And then I got into early childhood because I liked how children's mind developed and it was more interesting. So over the years, I started off like everyone else, a teacher, assistant teacher, assistant director, and then became an owner in South Bend. And the reason why I chose family childcare is because I wanted to give parents a different viewpoint of family childcare. We're not babysitters. I don't live inside of my family childcare like other people may. So I wanted a different definition, and I felt that we needed more quality childcare, especially in my area, neighborhood of Oakland North, where they say it's low income, etc., to give children a better opportunity, because I feel we are the start and it's like me.
Linda?
I did not want to start a cleaning business. I was comfortable in my 9 to 5, secure retirement. And my girlfriend was like, when you come over to my house, you always clean my kitchen and you do it excellent. And then she got other people to talk in my ear.
I gotta tell you, Les Linda's the kind of person, when she's over at your house, you're like having drinks, she's in cleaning the kitchen.
I won't eat at your house if it's dirty, so I'll clean it first. And so she encouraged me, she sat me down and said, you have a gift for this, and that's how we started. And I love it, it's the best decision I've made.
So, one of the things we talked about today is to survive in business, you gotta think a little out of the box, you gotta think creatively. But that entrepreneurship is where that creative thinking meets discipline. Is that true, and how has that manifested itself in your journey?
It definitely is in childcare. The creativity, I'm the opposite. So you have people that teach on curriculums, etc. So that's inside the childcare. I'm the more business person, so I'm outside the childcare. I feel like as owners, I built my childcare, right? So I have to build it. But my staff and my parents is the one that has to go inside and finish building and put it together, because it was just my idea of my business. And to be creative, you have to, I always sit on the other side of my desk as a parent. What is it as a parent that I want to see and hear? And then I go back and be like, okay, now I'm the owner, so how can I introduce this to the parent or even the staff? So creativity is not drawing with the kids because I don't know how to draw. Like, I think they draw better than me. I share color outside the lines, but we're not going to. It's more about being creative. Is to discipline yourself to how you want your business to be so that when you train someone, you're going to train them to what it's supposed to be so you can move out of that position.
Yes.
Good. That's insightful. Les, Linda?
Discipline is really, really important. You have to have discipline to be in the business. Because if you're spending one time in one area, you're going to lack in the other. And you have to know your own strengths and weaknesses, so that way you can balance the chart. And you have to be willing to say, I don't know, let me research, let me watch YouTube, let me take this course. Surround yourself with people that can assist you moving forward. So it takes a community to be in business, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You guys are getting applause for every damn answer you come up with. I didn't get any applause the whole morning. So I want to go back to the first days of the business, the first week, where the phone ain't ringing, and can you talk about those days and what that was like and how you dealt with that over time?
So I didn't have that problem. I had actually, so when I started off, my phone rang. The problem was as I started business, it didn't ring. Or just because in childcare, what I teach my clients, your first step is to get your phone to ring, but then you have to get the phone to ring to them to come in to tour. So after you tour, for them to say yes. After they say yes, for you to keep the parent and the child in your child care. When I multiply the child I'm enrolling, I'm going to multiply them being in my child care for 4 to 5 years. Because that's what helps me with the progression. So my phone.
45 years.
Yes, because my child.
4 to 5 years.
Still taking people.
And I do have people call me like, do you do adult care? Like, no, I don't do adult care. Yes.
It would be though.
But it's not my forte.
Like I ain't.
So you're not looking for the one-off sale, you're looking for the relationship that's going to be 4 to 5 years.
So depending on your business, that's what we look for in childcare. But when my phone didn't ring, let's say that I didn't have a lot of children, or I started off with a lot, because my business, I had 12 kids, 5 kids, 1 child, all of that. And it's not about if childcare is needed, I believe, because when I first started, I would take anyone because I wanted the money, I wanted my childcare full. As I grew as a business owner and not just a teacher, and I mean a business owner, because this was no longer a hobby. I had to realize my customer, so my dynamic shifted. So if my phone didn't ring or if the tour said it didn't, it wasn't just about maybe I didn't do something right, because I'm sure I did because I practiced my tours by myself. But was that the right client for me? Was that the right fit for me? I interview my parents. They can't just come interview me. I interview you because if my values do not align with your, and it's okay. It's too many child cares in South Bend for me to be upset because our values do not align. But this is what if our values align, then I know my business will continue to grow because we're on the same page. Not just I want to get my child to kindergarten, teach them ABCs. There's too many things out there now to do that. But what about the whole child? That social, emotional, and mental part, the relationship between you and I, and what I really stand for. So I didn't have the problem with my phone ringing, but when it came to the point where I lost children, I had to look at me first, and then look at my business. In some aspects, it could have been me. I'm from Chicago, so I know that Chicago style will come out when, parents have their ways and we have our ways. So I had to learn that I was a businesswoman, and my attitude had to reflect that. It doesn't matter how you feel about me at the end of the day. Now, I don't allow people to disrespect my business, but then I have to think about how am I running my business. When you enrolled, I wasn't so strict. I ran it like a hobby because I wanted the money. So now that you treat me like a hobby, I feel away.
That's good.
Yeah, there's a bunch of smart ideas in here. So I'm going to forget all of them, but there's an important point that Kiana made there at the end.
Yeah.
Too many people, when they start businesses, they look at the business like it's a job. I'm just not working for the man, I'm working for myself, but they look at it as a job. She said, what did she say?
She had to look at it like this.
I'm a business professional. That's what she saw in the mirror, and that's what she projected onto how she did things, how she interacted with people. That identity that I mentioned before is a big part of this. Your identity, seeing yourself as an entrepreneur, seeing yourself as a business professional, that's big. Now, you said something really interesting in there. You said you practiced tell us about that. That's discipline, right?
Yes.
I just don't do it when people come, how it feels.
Correct. So, like I said, when I teach clients, it can apply for any business. I practice as if a person was coming in. It's not just, I'm a family childcare, so in center you have like 50,000 classrooms, but we got like one main floor. But if I'm able to project what each thing stands for, the tour can last longer than expected. So when they first come in, you know, it's a high, and I always use my 5 senses, you know, what I want them to hear, smell, see, etc. So when I'm speaking upon what it is that I do, I may go to like the living room part, and it's big, so I'll say what each area stands for and what does it mean and why does this work? Because I'm play-based, so they feel like, oh, they just play all day, but that's not what that means. And then I may go to a living room, a different section, and express that. Even in the kitchen, and I show like, oh, I'm certified, so being healthy and being on the food program. But I had to practice this over and over and over again. I even asked other people, like, what's a question you would ask? So I would enact different scenarios. If this parent was here for education, how can I sell my unique selling point of education? If this parent was here for pricing, what's my unique opportunity, my proposition for pricing? So that's what I would do, and the better that I got, it's not like it's a script, but you do have to be able to express. I have gone on tours, even with people that's not my clients, just to see, to compare, because it's not a big competition thing, but you have to remember, I'm not the only child here. So, I'm so sorry.
Chicago, slow down, Chicago.
Right,
Chicago.
What is it that they're doing that I'm not doing, or what is it that I offer that they're not offering? And even with calling, some child cares around me, they didn't have cameras, or they weren't at a certain level, they didn't do the food program. And I know that we all start off low. They're like, oh, I charge $100 a week. I just feel like you're definitely not charging your worth. I have a bachelor's degree. Even before I was a level 4, I was a level 3. But also what I offer. So no, you can't just pay me $100 a week. That doesn't suffice. And I was asked, like, how do you live on that, or how do you have employees on that? So those are things, and parents will come say, well, such and such start charging $100. I said, well, I always give my parents a list of questions. You need to ask this if this is what you're looking for. And if they can't answer that, I'm gonna look at you like, well, what do you think is best for your child?
Yeah.
That's just how it is. But I did practice for a long time. Even when I'm launching additional streams of income in my child care, I practice that too.
So what has she just told us? What has she taught us? First of all,
Check the market, check your.
she's not selling a service, she's selling experience. Second of all, she's telling us it ain't a babysitting experience, it's an educational and child growing experience. And she finds ways to communicate that in ways that's tailored to what this parent or that parent is looking for.
Customized.
Did she tell us anything else in that wisdom-filled set of comments.
Growth mindset, it's a whole bunch of things.
So what?
She was looking for other streams of revenue inside of the daycare.
Yeah. So she's looking at different revenue streams. She just talked about what we call value-based pricing.
Right, exactly.
It doesn't matter what her unit costs are. It does matter, but that isn't what dictates her price. What dictates her price is her perception of the value she's trying to create for the parents.
Her work.
And think about how much discipline it takes to turn a customer down. You're desperate for customers. No, I'm going to be disciplined. This is what we charge. This is what we do. If that doesn't fit you, I respect that, but this ain't the right place for you. All of that translates into your own businesses. So Les Linda, early days. Rough, lonely, quiet?
Early days wasn't really quiet because my phone rang. But I was very choosy on who I said yes to. So I was able to pick clients that I wanted to work for. I don't know, I think it was easier to start, but now that I'm in a different level, it's harder because I know I'm not just accepting anyone. I'm in a particular niche. We don't just provide cleaning, we provide a whole atmosphere of mental health, being organized, and just a different level of lifestyle. So not everybody's looking for that. Some people, they just want their bathroom clean and that's it. But they don't worry about, they don't have a place for their toothbrush, their nail clippers. For us, we care about where your toothbrush is. We care about when you go to the bathroom, you know where your hairbrush is. So we try to provide a different level of lifestyle. So it's right now it's starting to be a little bit quiet because life is getting hard for everyone and prices are so high for a lot of things and not everyone can afford the services. So it's a little quiet, but if you surround yourself with different communities, you'll be able to pivot your direction. And so I just really encourage entrepreneurs to get involved in their community, get to know people outside of your community, because you'll never know where your next customer will lead you.
So
like for me, South Bend, most of my clients are Grangers, Mishawaka, South Bend, Elkhart. And it's great, but I just discovered a whole new town that's desperate for my services. And the people that can get me access to those customers are there. And so I was able to connect just by going through a entrepreneur ladies group that I didn't feel comfortable going into, but now they're my other source of income. So it's just like you have to pivot, you have to be flexible. Flexibility is really, really important in entrepreneur.
And network.
Pivoting, because you never know what you may go through. A lot of childcares had to close because they couldn't pivot through the pandemic. I never had to close, but one of the things that I told people was that's where the other streams of income and creativity come in. And you didn't have to stop it after the pandemic. So most people started doing classes online. Believe it or not, back, in the days, even before I was born, there was a such thing as homeschool, which I do now, but I call it educate on the go. Teachers went to parent homes. So let's just say that you did go to a parent home, so that's childcare. But let's just say like you kind of do what LaDon does, and they be like, oh, we want you to clean, that's nanny, so you can add that to another package. Oh, we want you to go pick up my child, okay, well you can add that to a package as well. So your service is not just one thing, you pivoted and you added other strings, but that pivot would have been so much easier for people, but a lot of childcares couldn't do it, so they end up closing. And then now the pandemic is open, people are still at home. So then now you still like, well, I still would like my teachers to go to the parent homes, and that's what you call homeschool, but they was doing this before. They were actually going to people's homes because there weren't enough rooms in the classrooms. So pivoting is important. You have to know when to pivot, whether it's with a pandemic or whether it's with society.
And what do we call that? Pivoting is the same as adapting. Adaptation over time. So, when I think about childcare or cleaning, those are labor intensive, not machine. Labor intensive. How did you find time? How did you approach the whole issue of working on the business as opposed to just in the business? Go ahead, Leslie.
Schedule. You have to have a schedule. Google Calendars is your best friend.
Yes.
And there's 12 hours, so like you just have to plan accordingly. And
Oh, it's not 9 to 5?
I wish.
no, and sometimes it's 48 hours, you don't sleep. So when I first started, I worked during the day with my customers, and then when I got off, I would watch YouTube videos, and then sometimes I watch YouTube videos while I'm working, and like you schedule your time wisely. Yeah, you just make it work.
Okay.
I work.
Can you take the,
It's heavy too.
It's not on. It had went off when she had it. We just didn't pass because we didn't want to put it away. We just kept it in our hand. It went out when she had it.
Hello?
is it on?
Can everybody hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
There's a on switch. Okay. So working on the business versus in the business.
I worked in my business for a long time. Well, I still find myself working in my business, especially now when you have staff going in and out. And to me, I don't allow staff to go in and out because I feel like it's like with parents. You don't want parent in and out the child life. It's the same way to me in my business. So I would work in my business, which I have for a long time. I used to be 24 hours, 24/6, 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. So I found myself working in my business a long time. And that comes into a lot of play. One, you have to be able to trust yourself, that the policies, the procedures, the systems, even the idea that you come up with is the best for you, for your community, for your business, and then delegate it to others. Because I schedule a lot, but I still find myself working in my business. And it doesn't stop. Professional development, personal development, going to school. And at the time when my child care was in our home, my children lived there. They hated it. So I used to go out my door with my daycare closed and knock on it so I can feel like I'm walking back in my house instead of being at home all the time. But then when we moved out, I still was at the daycare all the time. And the only way to work on the end is, like I said in the beginning, you have to start off making those policies, procedures, and systems. So when you train the person, it will be just that. And it doesn't matter if the person have experience. They could have worked in La La Land for 50 years. This is Little Village Home Child Care.
All right now.
What I desire and what they desire are two different things.
That's right.
Now, I'm sure that lets me know that you have enough experience, but you don't have my experience. Their vision is not my vision. So I don't allow my staff to come and say, well, I've been doing this for so long. Yeah, I've been a mama for, my oldest is 20 years, but that don't mean this child was my child. So they're two different things. So in order for you, I'm telling you, if you want to work on the end, you need to start working on your business when you're creating it. And decide who you're gonna have in your business, because you can always start off with a part-time person. My oldest daughter is in the back. She is my assistant. My youngest daughter is right here. She's my content creator. So I gave them jobs so that I didn't have to do it while building my brand.
Are they getting paid?
Okay, stop. They get paid, but you know you can hire your children. No, they get paid money. But you know you can hire
hire your children at a certain age and it's tax-free.
Yes,
Up to
generational wealth.
$12,000 a
Yep,
year.
yep.
Okay, well, that one don't count because she 18, but her and my son do count. But they do get paid for this. I'm teaching them, entrepreneurship.
That's good.
And how to build their own brand. They don't want to do childcare, and it's fine. But they need to be a leader. They need to know how to work on, then in all the time as well. So I could have set up a tripod, and I'm running back and forth. I learned how to work on, then in.
Okay. I want to take a little time here. Any questions from you for these two amazing entrepreneurs? Who's got a question? Yes, ma'am.
I'm also an early childhood practitioner, so thank you for being here. I guess my question is, how do you work to professionalize industries? I feel like both of your industries are important industries that aren't respected for whatever reason. I guess what work have you put into professionalizing your individual industries? And what would you recommend?
So are you asking for people to respect us as teachers or for things like government and community?
I guess all, like how do you just work to professionalize your specifics?
So as far as government, we're just advocates. And, we sign things, we stress how much, especially if I'm a child care provider. Like I was like, well, why a center get paid this much? And I promise you, I have probably a higher degree than their director, right? But this is just how they think. I can only service the parents that see me on a regular. I do not allow the government to define, just like Indiana, okay, so they only pay me $148. No, boo-boo, I charge $250 a week. They can't define my service. When it comes to community, I decided that I didn't want to be just a leader inside of my business, and I'm not. And there's more to tell you. I am the president of the city board. So when I'm the change that I want to see. I'm a change agent, so I'm not just an advocate. I'm not just an activist. I act on what I want to see. So because I wanted a change in the community, I get involved in my community. Being on boards, speaking to others, Rotary clubs, etc. When it comes to other professionals, you can tag team. So she's a cleaning professional. Well, all child cares would love to be clean without me having to clean them. And maybe she will be able to clean at a different, so you can collaborate. It's not always about competition. Me and LaDon, we share parents and etc. all the time. I could have been like, no, because she's my competition, so they probably like her better than me. And we have different niches. She do infant to 3, I may do mix, and right now my child is only 2 to 6. I don't do infants, I don't do after school except for my second shift. So that's the other thing. You have to figure out what your mindset is.
I was gonna say that you all complement one another.
Yes, and I think that all businesses can complement each other.
That's right.
Your city is a community in itself. I don't care if we're over here, over there. South Bend is a community in a whole. And my childcare is called Little Village Home Childcare because I believe it takes a village to raise a child. A village is not just mama, grandma, auntie. It's your society, your church, what you see on TV, your small businesses. So if you want to be respected, then you just introduce yourself how you want to be respected.
I think there's a couple points, and I want to get your input on this, Les Linda, but there's a couple points in Kiana's answer, and one is the biggest resource in this program certainly isn't me, it isn't these ladies. The biggest resource in this program is the person to your left and your right. I don't know how many business cards you've collected today, but if you don't have at least 10 that you've picked up since you walked in, you're missing an opportunity. I don't see a whole lot of people wearing t-shirts with the name of their business on it.
I got one on.
You got one on? Stand up. Yeah, show everybody. Yeah. What's this business?
Coffee and me.
Coffee and me. Okay. Amen. So that's a big part of what Keanu's saying. But if I were in your shoes and answering your question, and tell me if I get this wrong, but I think the professionalism you're asking about starts with something she said earlier. Systems, procedures, processes in her business that professionalize how she does things, whether a client gets a bill or an invoice, and whether that's professionally prepared. Everything is professional. And the reason I know it's true is I'm on that board with her, and she's imposed procedures and systems on us. So that's projecting, and I think that's part of it too. Linda, I wanted you to weigh in here.
I think it's how you present yourself when you enter a room and how you interact with each other speaks for itself. And as soon as I go to a customer, I present myself with value, and they can't treat my staff just any kind of way. They're not your helper. Their name is Mrs. or Mr. whatever. So it's just the way you present yourself and how you follow through.
Okay, another question. What else would you like to ask these ladies? Oh, yes.
So like, when you were like first starting up and things weren't like kind of taking off as fast as you would have liked it to, how did you not really get discouraged on to like give up easily, or just what helped you to keep going and keep believing in your businesses?
So she's saying when it wasn't growing the way you wanted it to, how did you stay with it? And I'm going to add to her question, so like when people didn't pay their bill, or when people spread bad word about you in the marketplace. So when this stuff happens, how do you hang in there? How do you stay resilient? How do you keep on the path?
So I would rather have my business be a turtle than a rabbit. I would rather go slow and steady and grow. So I have opportunities to have 10 staff. I don't want 10 staff. I just want 4 or 5 quality staff, or like just solid staff, and just grow like slowly. So it's not a race. I don't see it as a race. I see it as a learning. I want to maintain the business. I want to grow with the business, and anything that grows fast is trash.
So it's more lifestyle or managed growth that we talked about.
And then, like, so if a customer has a bad review, first you look at yourself. It's like, okay, what did I do wrong, and how can I fix that situation? And then the next step is, what's the point of view of the customer? And then you just have a conversation. And if you don't want to have a conversation, you just move on and you do better the next time.
Yes.
I was going to ask that question.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I agree that entrepreneurship is not a race. I made 6 figures, and I have for about 5 years. But
that should get some applause right there.
And yes, that is with one shift, because people are like, is it because you open all day? No. And not all of them additional streams of income. But when I first started, I only made $17K a year. Now I'm making about 10 or 12K a month. But I didn't race to that. Ooh, trust me. I wish. But now when I have other business that I have, it's easier for me to get to 6 figures the same year, because I took what I learned from these years and I can do it in any industry. Like, I can probably tell anyone how to create more than 7 multiple streams in their one business, not get 7 jobs. That's not what that is. You have to know the source. Childcare is my source, but I have different streams for other parents to, pull from. And I've had bad reviews, but I love them. Oh, I love them. Because for one, I'm human. If my business had perfect reviews, it's a lie. So, but even with my bad reviews, I've had 2, and they all say the same thing, like, my children learned a lot there. But something. Okay, let me tell you something. First of all, they ain't gonna pay me nothing else, because they want their kids to learn, because you vouched that That's exactly what it's for. And sometimes they can be malicious, which they were, and it's okay. Because if you are not talking about me, then that's a problem. I want you to talk about me because you're gonna give me marketing. Oh, wow, who they talking about? I ain't never heard this person. And don't get discouraged about it because you're not perfect.
Do you have the handouts for
I'm
Garza?
sure I've done things wrong.
I gave them to him.
Even when I
He'll
first
take them
opened,
back
I was
and
not
we're
a
gonna
great
pass them out.
leader.
He's not. We don't
So I
have time
had
for
to
this
get
bullshit.
more leadership. I had to read more books on leadership. I had to grow myself. So as that has progressed, so you're not the same person you were when you first opened. I am not the same Kiana when I first opened. I will never be that Kiana. She was good. I appreciate her for taking the step. That's who that person was. This Kiana here, she's great. I appreciate her because she's installing in others. The only thing I will let that Kiana say is just do like Nike and do it. But you need to surround yourself with positive people that's going to pour into you. But you also have to remember that if you keep pouring into people, you're withdrawing from yourself. You're going to be empty. You can't pour from an empty cup.
Girl, you're stretching it.
So it's okay. So listening to motivational stuff, leadership, finding that great mentor or coach, don't get discouraged, okay? And don't think I haven't cried. Please don't think that. I cried a lot. But after you cry, even my clients, I give you 5 seconds. After that, wipe your tears and let's do what we have to do.
That's right.
Because no one said entrepreneurship was easy.
Okay. So we're going to finish out this piece and move to the last piece. Could each of you give our entrepreneurs in the room one critical piece of advice? I mean, you shared a lot of wisdom, but what's one thing, if there's nothing else you could tell entrepreneurs, you would tell them?
If you remember your why, you will be successful. Only base your success on your why. Not the who, because the who be who the customer is. Not the when, because don't let nobody dictate when you are to start or when you are to change. Not the where, because you don't know where your entrepreneurship journey is going to take you. But the why, because the why will answer everything else.
Yeah, I love that. And she's reiterating what we said. You don't know where this journey's going. It's going somewhere different than you thought it would. Okay? Let's lend a pearl of wisdom.
Well, she took the why. Purpose.
All right.
Purpose. Believe. That's it. Believe in what your purpose is for.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving up your Saturday, for being with us. We're gonna not take a break now, but if you want to stand up, stretch, you want to grab a water or something, we're gonna move right into this last hour is on why you need to be a gorilla. I introduced the idea of we have something very special. It's the first time we've done this, but I heard of this guy, and he's got this gorilla company, but his life path is become one of trying to help businesses like yours get there. And the challenge is, how do you get there when you just don't have a lot of resources? Well, we introduced this idea today of the entrepreneurial mindset. And that entrepreneurial mindset is not just about thinking a little different. Part of it is when you hit those brick walls and you're not getting the customers, you're not getting the traffic, or you're not getting the customers that'll pay the kind of money you need to have paid to make enough money, you got to think and act like a gorilla. which means think different. That's part of this entrepreneurial mindset. And Mr. Garza is an expert in that. That's what he does. And so I asked him if he would spend his Saturday when he could be shoveling snow or what, when he could be doing more, and he was excited to come be with you today and to talk. We've passed some materials out for him. He is a serial entrepreneur. He started multiple businesses, but the common ingredient is this guerrilla approach, and that's what he wants to share with you. So please join me in welcoming.
Anyway.
It does work. We just, I'll get it working for you. Let's see.
Beautiful. Well, thank you. I'm going to hit you right now with some equipment or whatever business you're in. It's usually an afterthought. And you think, oh, the family and friends will get me through. Well, they may last for about 2 or 3 months, but you got to actually have a long-term plan. Now, how many, show of hands, would love to have their business in 3 to 5 years be a household name thriving? All right. How many, well, the people who raised their hands, would love to spend tens of thousands of dollars starting today to make that happen?
None.
Okay, maybe a couple of you. Well, the good news on that is there's an alternative. It's called guerrilla marketing. Okay, now guerrilla marketing was, the phrase comes from guerrilla warfare, tactical marketing, as opposed to traditional marketing, which is, airwaves, TV, radio, print, that type of thing. But it's, guerrilla marketing is used to level the playing field against the big boys who have all the money. How do you get a small business started? I did it 4 times over the last 32 years. And all of it using guerrilla marketing tactics. Now, just so you know, the tactics that we're talking about have a specific objective. And basically, in the simplest form, does anybody know what marketing is for in a business? Why do you market? Not advertise, why do you market? Yeah, you almost got it right on the. It's to establish an identity. But it's twofold, actually. Once you establish your company identity, you got to get people to remember your name. Well, how do you do that? If you don't have tens of thousands of dollars to spend on the airwaves and the print and the radio, you got to do it somehow. You got to get people to remember your name. I'm going to follow right through with your handout. This is what I teach in seminars as today. Now, the very first rule of guerrilla marketing is the very basic rule. Jay Levinson, back in 1984, wrote a book on it. He's the kind of the grandfather of guerrilla marketing. I learned from that, and what I did from there on I added to that, learned from other people, and established what you're about to learn. Now, the basis of guerrilla marketing is use what you have. That means you've got yourself. If you're a one-man show, you got yourself. If you've got employees, you got them. I got 2 legs. I had a car. It was shitty, but it was a car. And I started a company with my wife back in 1993, 30 years ago. She was working for a local franchise cleaning houses. And she'd come home after a long day, and I'd say, hey, how'd your day go? She'd tell me. And I said, oh, well, how much you make? That was her thing. Oh, we made this. And I said, how many houses did you do? Oh, we did 3 houses. How much did they make as a company? And it was like 3/4. 3/4 of the pay that she took in, because she knew what checks she had to collect. I thought, wow, they kept, I understand that they spent money to get the lead and all that kind of stuff, and they provide uniforms, that type of thing, but I thought, oh, that's a lot of money to give up. Let me work on this. So I did. I established a company called Execumade. I did the logo myself, which is a bow tie and a made apron. And I dressed the people, including my wife, and the people who worked for us. We started out with just one, and then we got in a uniform. Black bow tie, white shirt, and black pants. And I did it systematically, because that's what guerrilla marketing is. And what do I have? I got my 2 legs, so we did this. We had a rule that if we did one house, now how did we get that lead? We actually, my wife and I, got in a car and got flyers, black and white flyers, and passed them out to 300 houses. That cost us about $10 back then to get it printed. Just a flyer that says, hey, here's where we are. My tagline, which is very important, because it's an opportunity for you to enhance your business name. Our tagline was Execumade, executive cleaning without executive prices. Now, I had them, when they cleaned the house, they systematically went 5 houses that way, 10 houses across, and 5 houses this way, and passed a door hanger out that said, we just serviced your neighbor at the address, not the name, it's the address. Would you like a free estimate? And within 3 months, and I kid you not, we were doing 80 houses a month. That's a lot of houses. It was much more the houses than what she was doing with a franchise company. It was just a systematic thing that utilized what we had. We had our own 2 legs, we had a car, and we required our workers to go 5 across, 5 left, 10 across, and just pass out flyers. That's 20 flyers, our door hangers. And we got tons of business that way. So we started actually from nothing, did the flyers, $10, had a business card, that was, I think, $5, it was only black and white. And then that's how it's done. That's the very basis of guerrilla marketing. It's a mindset. You've heard that word today already, a mindset. That means you look at, if you're looking at your office, you step in the door, if it's an office or a store or whatever your business entity is, you look at everything, and everything should be marketing to the customer that comes through that door, if it's a place to come to business. Everything. If you notice some of the nicer doctors' offices, I went to my eye doctor here in Mishawaka. You step in there, it's a beautiful, handmade, now you don't have to do this stuff, but I was impressed by it. Handmade of their name, it was Michiana Eye Center. Just gorgeous. So as soon as you step in the door, Michiana Eye Center rug, Michiana Eye Center thing, all of it, everything. So I was not gonna forget Michiana Eye Center. I'm just not gonna forget it after going to that office. Everything you do, that's why I did this systematically. This is what I do in my seminars. My colors are black and yellow. A lot of thought went into those. Because the main thing about a mindset is, first of all, simplicity. If you look around, you go down the street, look at all the big franchises. When they first started out, McDonald's, just a big M. How more simple can you have? Burger King, just a burger. These are real simple ideas, but you'll be amazed at how many people, and I don't pretend to, I'm not gonna pick out a particular group, but they're my people. I'm a Mexican with primarily Native American. That's who I am. But it just seems, and I've been noticing this for the last 30, 40 years, anytime a Mexican would put up a restaurant, they have to have everything about that sign. The flag, it's got the eagle in it, it's got colors in it. And then they have to do it in curve. You can't read a damn thing that's on that sign. And they wonder why no one's coming to the restaurant. It just irks me that simplicity, that's what you think about, simplicity. The name of your company should be simple. The colors, simple. Your business card. I've got a boatload of business cards that I've collected in networking groups, that type thing, over the last several years. That half of them I can't read. I mean, the background and the lettering are real similar that you have to go, that's nonsense. You have to think about it a little bit more than that. Mine were black and white, for crying out loud. Exactly, mate. That's all it was, black and white. These are yellow and black, guerrilla marketing. So, the mindset is use what you have first. Use your resources. When I started that maid service, I had no resources. We just had to walk and deliver flyers ourselves and do everything ourselves until we started getting some revenue, that type of thing. So that's that service. I started another company, which was going to be my biggest. Just so you know a background on me real quick. I've been a top tier salesperson for 35 years in 4 different industries, and I created 4 different businesses over the last 34 years. I had to make, there's what happened. I had the biggest company that I created was called a company called United Senior Resources. It's 12 years ago. It's a marketing company. I marketed all the other companies under the umbrella of United Senior Resources to serve the seniors. It was a unique marketing plan. And I started from nothing, and here's how I did that, just so you know. If you have a company that you're marketing like this, I held launch meetings at a free place. I invited a whole bunch of people, went and got a bunch of business cards, said, here, come to my launch meeting, I'm launching this company, and I think I bought grapes and little bottles of water, and that was all it, and everything else is just all business. I had 15 people show up at that. And I signed up 5 of them just that day. I mean, they thought, wow, this is unique. Well, it grew. It grew really big, really fast. I was in 17 counties in 3 states almost overnight because I systematically did this by doing launch meetings, and it just spread like wildfire. Everybody who was anybody in South Bend, Mishawaka area was a part of my company. I had 400 businesses join, and they have it was a yearly fee for them. It all came crashing down when I got extremely ill. Deathly ill. The day I got out of the hospital, I retired. That was 6 years ago. Because they told me it's going to take 6 years to recover. I'm still recovering. But I wanted to teach. That's my story in a real nutshell. So let's get back to the mindset. Guerrilla marketing can be very useful, very tactful. But I'm going to dissect it so you know how it affects your brain. Because that's what guerrilla marketing is. It's going to approach different parts of your brain in order for you to what? Remember your name. So let's start with the first one. Talking dimensions. Basically dimensions is, first and second. I use my little guy. He's a silverback gorilla. His name is Gugu. Okay? I carry that every time I do a seminar. It's basically personification. It's a mascot. That's a tactic. That's a simple tactic. Oddly enough, if you've seen the car dealerships use this a lot, that big 50-foot gorilla, that's actually a guerrilla marketing tactic, right? Did you know that when they do that, their sales go up 14% for that month on the average? So it's an effective thing. Now, if they leave it all year round, it starts to wear off, But that's an easy one, having a mascot. And I'll give you some examples in the next page or two. But here's the big one. This is what really is used quite a bit. Now, just so you know, 70% of all marketing has guerrilla marketing tactics, so it's a good idea to learn how it's done. Because your competitors are doing it, almost guaranteed. Now, attacking the senses. Now, we all know sight and sound is used with all marketing. You know, you got everything plastering the airwaves. And that's all sight and sound. Radio, TV, you know, and then print, that's all sight and sound. But what about the other ones? Taste. You know, the biggest, most successful taste was the Pepsi Coke taste test. That was huge. That was a brilliant, that's a guerrilla marketing tactic. They introduced a third sense. Now, you didn't actually taste it. You saw the commercial that other people tasted and testified. Oh, I like Coke. You know how they do that. You know, they'll sample enough just to until they get the number that they want to, and then they can say, Coke, come on. You know, that type of thing. But what about touch? Now, I'm gonna pass out. Take one, pass it around. If you'd like to, you're gonna instantly see what I did. Now, is there anybody else that can help? You help? Okay, pass these up. Here's what I did. What you're about to see is my business card, the same as in the folder, but it has genuine, full gorilla fur on the back of it. You can feel it. Don't smell it though. You don't know what the gorillas smell like. But I introduced touch. And I'll guarantee you one thing right now, as soon as you get that, I introduced a third sense to your brain. And I'll guarantee you, you will never forget my company name. It ain't gonna happen. 5 years from now, you're gonna go, yeah, that was, you know what I'm called now? I'm called the gorilla guy. The printers who printed these things, I went to pick them up and I said, yeah, I got some printing here. Oh, you're the gorilla guy. That's what they call me now. They don't know me, they didn't even know my first name, they just knew the gorilla guy. So, I introduced touch. Now there's smell. Now there's some obvious ones. You know, somebody's heard of Scentsy candles. They're big MLM. They're all about scents. So they got an obvious thing to do. Get people to smell all the different kinds of beads or whatever they have to create aroma in your house. That's an easy one. But if you get creative, you may fit into one of these. So you have taste. Well, you've seen that. Taste test. My wife used to work for a company that did all the taste testing at Myers. You had the little booth there. They taste a cracker with a new cheese or something like that. That's all marketing stuff. So then you have, you know, everybody has sight and sound, touch, taste, and smell. If you can tap into one of those, and it could be a creative way for your company. You may not have a sense company. I certainly didn't have a touch company. I teach marketing. But I figured out a way to do that. And it's tapping into a sense. So what else is there? There's a huge one. It's used all over the place. The big boys use it, the small boys use it. Tap into people's emotions. Everybody's got emotions. Happy, sad, you know, sorrow. And there's a lot of different avenues you can use. And I'll give you some examples in a second. But the emotions, happiness works best when you can lure out an emotion by talking about your company or showing something about your company that's in a positive manner. Negative rarely works except for that commercial that you see for the, you know, sad puppy eyes and shivering, and they want you to donate or whatever. That's very effective. You know, I gotta admit, I hate watching it, but it's like, it's very effective, apparently, you know, because they've been doing it for years and they wouldn't do it if they didn't get results, but rarely does that work. Stay on the positive side. Some of the emotions. I can't wait to get I'll show you some examples of that. But bringing out emotions with your marketing of your company is extremely effective, extremely. And it all sounds a little bit weird, but if you go step by step of how to figure it, and I'll go through the application of guerrilla marketing on the last page, but it can be very effective. Now, another thing, does anybody know what anchors are as far as your brain? Anybody heard that? Anybody listen to Tony Robbins? Tony Robbins teaches extensively on anchors. Matter of fact, he was in the movie Shallow Hell. Everybody remember that movie? Yeah. And he does that, what they call Vulcan mind melding. But that's what he did. He was attacking an anchor. And because apparently Hal had an anchor to what he thought of women. And he had to snap that and change his anchor. Everybody's got anchors. I have anchors. You got anchors. You hear something, a song. That's huge. Music is huge. But you hear a certain song. You know, I grew up in the 60s, you know, and played music in the 70s. And there are songs that hit me so hard if I hear it. I haven't heard it in 40 years. And it comes on the radio and it just makes me go right back to that incident or whatever it was. And hopefully most of it's happy. But it makes me go like into high school or something, or high school dance, whatever it is. It's connected to your brain and everybody's got them one way or another. So guerrilla marketing taps into those anchors. Now they don't know each individual anchors, but a lot of us have that first dance or something we went to in high school, things like that, that bring back a good memory, you know. And if you can tap into that by your marketing and show a good memory that most people can identify with, it's extremely effective because they associate the name of your company with a good feeling that they felt 40 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 20, whatever it is. It's extremely effective. This is how you attack the brain and get people to remember your name, one way or the other. You're either going to plaster the airways with a lot of money. I'm not dogging traditional marketing. I'm just saying to start out with, it's very difficult. It's very expensive. You can graduate to that and use guerrilla marketing tactics with that, just like all the big boys do now. So anchors are extremely effective. Anchors could be a smell. Everybody remembers I remember when I was 4 years old, and the first time I smelled fresh cut grass. I was the youngest of 9 kids. And I remember my brothers taking me for a little walk. And we passed by somebody who mowed their lawn. That's the first time I saw it. So now, every time, and that was almost 60 years ago. I'm 63. I was like 3 or 4, something like that. I remember like it was yesterday. I remember exactly where I was. I grew up in Kalamazoo when that happens. That's an anchor. Now, it could be music that you're anchored to. It could be a smell, a taste. I went to the mall about a year or 2 ago, just walking. All of a sudden, you pass a lot of people, and I smelled a perfume that my wife used when we first dated. That was 44 years ago. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Wow, where is she? You know? But it brings back memories. There are commercials and marketing that tap into anchors. So this is just another avenue. Might be senses that you can tap into, might be emotions, could be anchors, could use a three-dimensional mascots. It could be any one of those that could fit. Almost any business can fit into any one of these categories. You just have to pick out which one. Some of the samples. My father, who didn't even speak English for the first 30 years of his life, he was orphaned. He was a paper factory worker. When he came into Chicago, he was 18 years old, got his first job and walked. It was the south side of Chicago, it was a rough part of town. Walking by, there was this little restaurant, you know, on the corner. of the neighborhood. And the first thing the guy did when he opened up that restaurant was crank up the grill and threw a whole bunch of onions on it. So he wanted the place to smell like onions because it sucks you right in. You went, oh my God, it smells good. Let's get it. So he knew that, and then he gave away free coffee. This is in the 40s or 50s that this is happening. He gave away free coffee, threw on the onions, the place was packed, and it was just a little dive in the south side of Chicago. My dad taught me that. He noticed that. It wasn't called guerrilla marketing back then. But he started me thinking, and I was like 10 when he told me this. So it was a long time ago. But ever since then, I grew up thinking, oh, this is kind of a cool thing to do. So I started paying attention, my whole life, different tactics, until I read the book that, oh, this is actually a coined phrase in guerrilla marketing. So, Budweiser, one of the biggest spenders, Super Bowl. I don't know if you remember this. About 9 years ago, they had a commercial that they did not speak a word.
Oh my God.
And they sucked that emotion right out of everybody. I don't know if you remember, it's the Clydesdale going to New York. They stop, look at where the Twin Towers were, and they bow in unison. It brought tears to my eyes. I can't even talk about it hardly. It was so cool and emotional, and the only thing at the end of the commercial was, we'll never forget Budweiser. So Budweiser is associated with a powerful memory, tapped into practically everybody that was around 20 years ago to witness that. So that was huge. McDonald's. You know what McDonald's did? They came up with characters. They had a mascot, Ronald McDonald, right? They had the Hamburglar and all that kind of stuff. They personified it and did a great job. Because they didn't forget who they were marketing to. They were marketing to kids. Because if you get kids who are begging for, yeah, take me McDonald's, chicken McDonald's. The parents got to take them, right? So the parents got to eat there too. So they were smart. Very good. Here's one that's really good. Double Mint, I don't know if you remember this, Double Mint gum. It's only just a couple minutes. Yeah, here's what this commercial and marketing was. Nothing was spoken, not a word. It was a little, like I assume they were in like the freshmen in high school. They meet, and it was their first meeting. And he drew a little picture of it on the wrapper. And then the next meeting was maybe they were, on their first date or something. And it went chronologically all the way to where they were married, and everything was on these little pictures depicting their life. It was so cool, because I remembered my first date. Now, I didn't end up marrying her, but still, I remember that, and to have a little picture of it depicting that, I would have loved it with my wife, because I dated, that's a weird situation, but my wife is actually, my older brother married her older sister. That's why it was weird, but we dated for a couple of years and then got married. And I wish I would chronicleize the little depiction there. But that was a cool one. That was a nostalgic type thing where that's what they were tapping into. Now, not only the touch of the gorilla fur, the faux gorilla fur, but my name, Big Gorilla, and I teach guerrilla marketing. Those are two different words. It's like Geico and Gecko. That's what they did. Every time you see that little gecko, you know it's Geico. Every time you see gorilla, you know you're going to learn about guerrilla marketing. So that's called a name assimilation. Target had a commercial, totally pop culture. That's used quite often. Matter of fact, after I get done with talking about Target, I'll tell you about another one that just came out. Target, back in, 1990, a band called Delight came out with that Groove is in the Heart. I don't know if you remember, that's real psychedelic, Grooves in the Heart. Anyways, they used that in a commercial because they were launching a clothing line for back to school that had bright orange and yellows and all of it. It was kind of psychedelic, but not quite. They had that commercial, or that video that was done in 1990 by Delight in the background. So they, and you know, obviously the words of the song and everything were blasting out. But that's what they did. They used pop culture to kind of hone in on your nostalgic, you know, from 30 years ago, to associate it with their new line of clothing for your kids. That was a very good one. Now, this one was kind of weird to me because the medicine for diabetics is Ozempic, a new medicine. Guess what they did? They tapped into a 1974 song called It's Magic. And now I'm singing it. I've been singing it for a couple of years. Ozempic. And I'm now on that medicine, which is weird. So I was like, oh, this is kind of full circle here. Anyways, so there's some of the big boys that are using guerrilla marketing tactics. Now, there are some failures. I caught 2 of them. Number one, that I think, Taco Bell. Now, remember, the first rule of guerrilla marketing is use what you have. Well, they have employees. They have employees at the drive-thru. So what does everybody, you know, normally do is, hey, you want some fries with that? They just ask for a burger, right? That's suggestive selling, basically. Well, here's what they did. This, I don't know if you remember this, not that long ago. When you order, let's say, a couple burritos and a taco, and they would go, oh, you want a couple burritos and a taco and nothing to drink? I'm going, what the hell is that? Yeah, I didn't order it for you. What, you're shaming me now? That's basically what they were doing. And it was all the Taco Bell said. It wasn't just one. They were told to say that. Well, it backfired. Right. You know, because no one wants to feel shitty when they're ordering food. Hey, I'm hungry. So, and then the next one is Burger King. Here's what they screwed up.
Oh God, the chicken burger.
Well, Burger King tried to do the round. Now, the problem is they used a scary-looking short mascot that didn't even have a name. He was just a king, right? And he's chasing around. I don't want that scary thing chasing my kids around. I mean, it was stupid. And guess what? They lost 8% of their business during that campaign. I assume they fired the marketing company because it sucked. But that was a bad use of it. They forgot who they were marketing to. They too were marketing to kids. Yeah. And you don't scare kids. Right. You know, you scare them away, what they did. Right. So, those are just examples of some guerrilla marketing tactics. But, you know, it could be as simple as the colors of your, and how you present your business. Somebody said, how you present yourself. That's used. That's what I used. I had nothing when I first started sales. And I thought, I gotta market myself somehow. How do I break through? I'm a new kid. There was 15 other salespeople. I always had aspirations of management, and I just didn't want to be a salesperson, but I was only 24 years old, 23, 24. Anyways, I said, all right, I'm gonna go for this thing. Boom, I was #1 salesperson the first month. That was what I'm talking about. I held that for 9 straight months. I didn't even know what I was selling. No product knowledge, no experience, no nothing, but I was a top salesperson. But here's my point. I thought, in order for me to break through and be the next consideration for management, I gotta change myself. At the time, I just had my first kid, and I was a short, fat, overweight, had shitty clothing. I mean, I was like the worst. I mean, you should have seen me. I had less than Kmart clothing, and I only had 2 pairs of pants too. That's all I could afford, and 1 sock tie, and 2 shirts that were hand-me-downs from my older brother. That's how I started. I still became #1 salesperson, but my first goal was to change me. And I said, #1 goal, I'm gonna lose weight. So I got enough money, which was $250 back then. This is like in 1984, and paid for a clinic, weight loss clinic. And I lost 52 pounds in about 2 months. I said, once I lose that 52 pounds, I'm gonna get a brand new suit. And not just a suit from Penny's or anything like that. I want to go to the top of the line store. So I did. Got my brand new suit. I actually have a picture still on my phone of that because it reminds me where I came from. Then things started happening. I stood out. Most of the salespeople did not wear suits until I started doing that. But I stood out enough that they promoted me in front of all the other people. And I kept rising because I wanted to stick out. I requested meetings with the president and the vice president, say, hey, I just want to talk to you. I was very aggressive and say, here's what I'm about. I'm going to be your next superstar manager. And that was it. And they kept promoting me up and up and up. I was the go-to boy. But I started with myself. I knew I was a piece of garbage in my eyes. I didn't look good, I didn't dress good. I wasn't making any money when I started. And I had a kid and a wife, of course. And I just said, I'm changing my stars. That's what I can control. And that's where it started from. And everything I did, every company I started was from that idea that I'm going to change the stars. I'm going to go after it. I am not going to take it, I wasn't afraid of anybody. I don't know how many meetings I requested, 3 or 4, just to present ideas with the president of the company, who was cool. He was the president of the largest flooring company in America. He would take that meeting because he knew I wanted to make a difference wherever I was. But that's where it starts from. It's a mindset. It's saying, I'm gonna make people somehow remember my name. And by tapping into anchors, tapping into emotions, tapping into senses, there's a lot of things you can do. Start from where your place of business is. Make everything about somebody's gonna remember my name. I don't have a place of business that people come, I do seminars. When I do seminars, everybody gets treated just like you did now. You got a folder, you got a handout that you can refer to later. You're gonna remember some of these things, and you'll be able to kind of get an idea of how you can utilize guerrilla marketing in your business. And it fits almost any business that I've seen. And these examples that I showed you are some of the big boys. They're smart. That's why 70% of all business, or all marketing, is guerrilla marketing. They're smart. They know, they have all the bucks to plastic their names, but they also know if they add guerrilla marketing by tapping into senses and emotions, and they will solidify even more what the objective is, and that's to remember your name. That's the total objective. Now, when you apply this, somebody said this, who are you? When you start applying this, the first thing you have to do is, who are you? Your name. The name of your company. Very simple. That's a big rule. Just make it simple. Don't make it difficult. The simpler it is, the easier it is for somebody to remember your name. That's just a basic. Your tagline. One of my favorite new taglines is Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. How cool is that? They use their name, and it enhances their name. And it's a little clever way of saying that. Mine is, I bring out your inner gorilla. My seminars, that's what I do. That's what I promise you to do. I'm going to bring out your inner gorilla. So you can use some of these tactics and start, and none of them cost a whole lot. Certainly not as much as plastering the airways, because I've done both, but I did it and I progressed to it. I started the company, United Senior Resources, it progressed to 400 members, and I did commercials at that point. TV commercials, reaching out to seniors, saying, hey, if you need a local trusted professional, and that was my tagline, you call United Senior Resources. I don't care what you need. I don't care if it's a roofer, a painter, or your lawn, or a doctor, or in-home care, assisted living. I had the members, but it took a few years to get there and to get commercials going. So it's not a matter of don't use traditional marketing. You can use guerrilla marketing to get started, but everything is a mindset. Just say to yourself, everything I do, I got car signs. You can go to my car right out there, and the big gorilla car signs are on the side of my car. I use and they're not very much, $40. everywhere I go. I didn't get stopped. I was getting gas. At Costco, it was about a month ago, and some guy was getting gas too. He said, "What is that? What do you teach?" I said, "Guerrilla marketing." He goes, "Really?" He was the CEO of a company. And he said, "That's very interesting. I'd like to know more about it." So I gave him a card. So anyways, tactical marketing is what we're all about. Now, when we start, the who you are, your name, your tagline. Use a tagline that's very simple, short. You can't have a 10-word tagline. It just doesn't work. The brain doesn't work that way. They want it nice and short and simple. To enhance your name. My executive cleaning without executive prices worked really well. Big Gorilla, bringing out in a Gorilla, I'm doing very well with that. The other companies I started, there was a taxi top company. I designed a taxi top. This is like 15 years ago. And in so much that it solved all the problems of the big taxi tops that you see all the time, like in Vegas and Chicago, all that type of thing. That has some inherent problems. Those things are 80 pounds. It costs about 2 to 3 miles per gallon. And when you do 3,000 miles a week, these taxi drivers did, it costs them some money to have that on there at 80 pounds. And it has some other inherent problems. I solved those. Mine was 8 pounds. That's all my sign was. And what happened was, I launched the company the same time I launched United Senior Resources. Just seeing, okay, see which catches on fire. Well, the taxi top company, it didn't go, I didn't even have time to go anywhere with it. I started marketing it. I did get a contract with the largest taxi company in South Bend. But here's what happened. I get a call from the largest taxi top manufacturer in the world. They do 5,000 of these $1,000 taxi tops a week, sending them all over the world, China and Tokyo. He calls me, says, "Hey, I hear you're in the taxi top business." I'm going, "I'm nothing, so I just designed this." And what he did is somebody tipped him off on the design. One of my suppliers said, "Hey, this guy's got something cool." So that's why he called me. He called me twice actually. He wanted to hire me both times. I said, "No, I'm not interested in working for anybody. I work for myself." So what had happened is United Senior Resources took off. And I just kind of let, it was called Top Hat Advertising, Taxi Top, kind of just go by the wayside. So anyways, I started all these companies by myself. I did my own design for that taxi top. I actually put it together myself. I don't know, I'm not very mechanically inclined, but so it took me a couple weeks to do it. But I did, had pictures taken, and then I started marketing the taxi tops, and that's what happened. But I did it all myself, and it wasn't, I didn't hire anything out. But, so, here's the one some brought out. This is the one thing I really want to do, is why? Why is, somebody mentioned before, why are you doing this? See, some of these questions, what's that got to do with guerrilla marketing? Well, you can tap into emotions that set you off to start the business. What is it in your life that just made you decide, I want to be in business myself? What emotion did you have? Because a lot of people will have that same emotion, and you can tap into it, when you start marketing. What's your difference? Why are you special? Why do you think you're special? You can exploit that, you can exaggerate it. That's how you do guerrilla marketing. So what makes you different? I always say, think inside the box. And that's just basically, saying, what do I have? What do I have in my business? What is special about me? What is my why? What is everything about the business? And don't think outside the box because you're not ready for that yet. You want to launch your business on a profound grounding that will stand the test of time and it'll progress. Guerrilla marketing is not a wand, magic wand, but it is a mindset. If you think of everything that you do, every person that you have talking to somebody else, somebody answering the phone, somebody delivering your product, somebody installing your product, whatever the case is, that's an opportunity if you're doing this right, to market yourself. I required, when I started managing flooring, independent flooring companies, first thing I did is I clothed everybody in logoed shirts and sweatshirts and stuff like that. Even my independent contractors that work for me, I said, you can take one if you want, all of them. Because I can't require them, they're not my employees. I did my salespeople, and so it was all about marketing. Every person we touch, no matter how we touch it, whether it's delivery or people solving problems, it's got to have a mindset of marketing opportunity. And if you do that, it slowly starts gaining momentum. And that's what guerrilla marketing is about. That's it. Any questions?
Linda has a question and a comment.
Yeah. I just feel like as a new entrepreneur, it's really important to use your resources. People are thinking I do are your resources. The people that are in the same company are your resources. We need to learn how to work together and use each other as support to be able to move forward faster.
So, I think if I just pick up on what you're saying, you're talking about use the resources you have, but that's not just your legs or your back, the t-shirt you wear that advertises your business, the car you have, it's your network.
Oh, absolutely, it goes in conjunction. You start with what you have, and you build on what resources that are around you. But you always start with yourself, and then use the resources. I've used plenty of resources of just people I've met in networking events, whatever. I mean, it is a great resource that you have here, there's no question about it. But it all starts with yourself. You know, you go out there and you network. That's part of the marketing yourself. Because you're going to meet people that you can mutually benefit you one way or another. It won't happen every day, but it's going to happen if you keep doing it. And that's the bottom line. It's consistency of marketing your mindset. Everywhere you go, everything you do is an opportunity. Opportunity to meet somebody, opportunity to let people know who you are and what you do. And be proud of that, because that shows. I think the young lady that was speaking before, it's about yourself. It starts with yourself. If you have respect for yourself, you're going to get respect. And there's no question about it.
We have about 2 minutes. Any other questions about guerrilla marketing?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to just comment. One of the effective tools that we utilized the most in our marketing approach was to piggyback off of businesses and leverage their following and their customers by collaborative efforts. And so that was one of the ways that we leveraged our relationship. So like, for instance, we just did a collaboration with a beer company out in Colorado. Well, now they're marketing our product to all of their following out in Colorado because we're leveraging their network instead of our own.
That's an excellent point. I do teach that in my seminars. My seminar is almost 2 hours. It's called fusion marketing.
Sure.
And I teach on fusion marketing because that's another resource of, a big example of that is, you know how Sephora went into JCPenney's, even though they had it, and then they got out of JCPenney's and now they're in Kohl's? That's all fusion marketing. They're using each other. In the simplest form, I saw one company, it was a real estate company, they were doing open houses. You know what they did? You know, you go to open houses and everybody goes through the house real quick. You can't slow them down. What they did is they made a deal with Hacienda. Say, hey, you provide all the chips and salsa. And I'll tell them, you know, I have a little sign that says compliments of, and have a little coupon to go to Hacienda. So they got chips and salsa to slow down the people, because everybody wants chips and salsa. And when they did an open house, it was a cool marriage, but you wouldn't have thought that in a million years that would have been effective. But that's fusion marketing. Excellent point.
We have one last question over there.
Okay, well, I have been to the part about prevention. That was part of what you were referring to, your background and your practice business.
have your marketing coordinator from like 5 location or would you?
I couldn't exactly hear what she said.
I was asking, I missed what you said about dimensions. I know what dimensions is in mathematical terms, but I was wondering what was your terminology for dimensions and what you did, because I missed the part about dimensions.
Okay. I'm gonna get it right from you. It's hard for everybody. No, this is actually, she's talking about dimensions. Dimensions is 3-dimensional. Everything is 1 and 2 dimensional right now, or print and that type of thing. 3-dimensional is using mascots or something similar to that. A personification of like the gecko. That's a little bit, it's not a person, but it's a mascot. It had nothing to do with insurance, but just because the name assimilation, they made it a mascot. So it can be used. I use my silverback gorilla. Everything about me is gorilla. So it's impossible when you guys be here to not remember what I do or my company name. But that's what 3-dimensional is. It's used in personifications, used in mascots of different sorts. There's all kinds of things you can do with that if it's appropriate. And actually, you can think of a good mascot. But again, it follows the same rules. Very simple. Make it simple. Make it easy to remember. Ronald McDonald. You know, how easy is that? You know, that's probably the most famous one.
We're at time, so thank you so very much.
Thank you.